important. What is ABAP here? So ABAP stands for Advanced Business Application Programming. Advanced Business Application Programming. Same stuff we have also seen in the first day. There I explain the job of the SAP software is to simply enhance your business so that you can have maximum profit in your organization. Now, what is this ABAP? So ABAP is the fourth generation programming language. Of the SAP system, in which the entire screen of the SAP GUI has been designed. SAP GUI has been designed. Now, ABAP programming is not open source. And you cannot execute it out of the SAP system. So it is a SAP property. First thing, it is a SAP property. So if you are developing any application, using that, you will have to give some amount SAP before selling the product into the market. That's why we purchase the license for it, so that we can develop our application. Now, for any programming language, the most important stuff is, that is, for every programming language, a runtime environment is needed. A runtime environment is needed for the execution of the program. What a runtime environment does. What is the job of a runtime environment? The runtime environment makes sure that whatever the necessary component needed for the execution of the program should be available. So for every programming language, a runtime environment is needed. For Java, you might have heard about GRE, Java runtime environment. For C programming, there is C runtime environment. So every programming language always needs a runtime environment. But if we check most of the most of the programming language like Java, C++, Python, all of them are open source. You can directly execute the same stuff on Google. You can go and find out the C compiler, Java compiler, but if you will try to find ABAP compiler, you will never get, because ABAP is the SAP property and it only requires its own runtime environment. So the runtime environment needed for the execution of the ABAP program is provided by the SAP ABAP application layer. That is why we can only execute the ABAP code on the application layer only. You cannot execute it outside. Also, that's why it is also known as application programming, completely based on the ABAP application layer. So this is the introduction part of our ABAP programming. Now, where we are going to write our ABAP code? So where we will write our ABAP code. So for any programming language, we always need an editor. If you talk about any programming language, for any programming language, we always need a editor to write or edit the program. We have here our own ABAP editor, and its transaction code is again another important transaction code SE38 for development purpose, also known as ABAP editor. So we have got our ABAP editor here, which we use to build our application, or better we should write it ABAP application. So this SE38 is one of the most important transaction code of our ABAP workbench tools. Using that, we usually write our ABAP program, and the transaction code for it is SE38. Then what you see here is all any customized or user defined program will always start with Z or Y keyword. It will always start with Z or Y keyword. Okay. So let's start with the creation of our first program, and slowly we will break down it into various components, and we will be easily able to understand why it is so important for us. So I will simply go to SE38, and here I
One
will write.
question, Amrit.
Yeah.
Yeah, just for the knowledge, just before ABAP, SAP was run by Java, right? SAP Java Web GUI is there. So there, in the back end, instead of ABAP programming, is it like Java is running? So Java is written. Everything will be written in Java, or it will be completely web-based UI.
See, if you are asking me what was happening like below before 1983, it is completely useless for you also, and for everyone also. At that time, SAP was just developing its
Mhm.
software, so they do not have any other programming language. That's if you check the SAP architecture, SAP is everything. They are just following the Java things. They went to Eclipse because Eclipse was highly used by Java developers, right? They made their own HANA studio based on the Eclipse
Okay.
completely based on the Java programming. They developed this ABAP programming. If you see this ABAP, what you are going to see, it is just a Java programming plus SQL, since we are mainly focused for database things here. Here everything is related to Java, because Java was open source, and Java is more used mostly, let's say, in more than 3 billion devices across the globe. So they prefer its way of programming, but they do not make this open source. If SAP will become open source, everything will be lost automatically. So Java at that time they were using to develop something. But see, I have also not worked on ECC system because it is completely waste for me and useless for me. I only focus on S4HANA on-premise and S4HANA cloud. That's what I'm telling for everyone. Why you are going for back for what was happening like 40 years ago? It's useless for you, right? Focus on
Okay.
current scenario. So this is your SE38 section. And here just write your program. So let's say I'm writing first ABAP program. Okay, fourth. I will go for creation. This pop-up screen will always come. And here, just as usual, pass a short description, or you can call it a title also. This title will be appearing on the output screen also. So first ABAP program, and you need to pass the type of the program. You can see here lots of types are there. Slowly we will cover on lots of things from here. At this moment, we will just go for executable and go for save. Package and transport request. This is your ABAP editor section. This is your ABAP editor section. Now in the ABAP, so the executable program in SAP system is known as report. First thing, this report is not what you usually see in your normal life views, but the report is completely different here. In SAP system, report is just a executable program. So if you have to basically define a report, what is a report? Report is an executable program in which we take some input from the user, and based on the input we perform the CRUD operations. CRUD here is create, read, update and delete operations on the data stored in the database, and then we commit the changes in the database, and finally we return the output to the user. So it will just act like a application layer where user will pass something input from the input screen. It will perform some operation based on the input, and finally it will return you a output. So they are executable programs here. So I have just created a program. Now what is this first 5 lines of this ABAP editor? What are these first 5 lines of this ABAP editor that we see here? If you see there, these programs are starting with star. These programs are starting with star. So what are these things? They are basically known as comments here. Comments. Comments. What is a comment? A comment in any programming language, is used to define a section of code, or it is used to provide a meaningful description for a line of code, so that any other developer can also understand why that logic has been written. This is the job of a comment in any programming language. This is the job of a comment in any programming language. And in SAP system, a full line comment always starts with R. So if you are starting something, let's say I'm writing some code just for reference. If Sayukam equals to Amrit01, so let's say I've written some code, but I want to comment it out. So what I can do, I can pass here star. Its color is simply changing into something different here, right? So a comment is always ignored. A comment is always ignored by the compiler. It will never be read by the compiler. It will always be ignored. And in SAP system, a full line comment always start with star, and a half line comment will start with double quotes. So if you check, for example, this is a if statement that we have written here, and we want to define its description. We want to give a description here. So what we can do, we can pass a double quotes here, and I can simply write if statement given by, let's say, my username, so that it can be used for future reference also. So if any other developer is coming here to my application, you will be able to understand, okay, this one is given by Amrit. So this is a half line comment. Then if you want to comment out, comment or uncomment a selected line of code, wait a second guys, I'm getting one call. Okay, sorry for the disturbance. So if we want to comment or uncomment a selected line of code, then we have a shortcut. We have a shortcut here, shortcut which is control ctrl ctrl plus ctrl plus full stop. Wait, ctrl plus comma, I believe. Let me check. Yeah, ctrl plus comma and ctrl plus full stop is used to uncomment the selected line of code. So sometime, for example, let's say we have written 1000 lines of code, and because of some reason we might want to uncomment something, but it can be possible that we will have to use the same code in the future. So instead of directly removing, it will be better that we should comment it out. By default, it will be ignored by the compiler and it will not cause any problem in the flow of our application. So it will be better to comment it out. So what we can do, select it, and we can go for control plus comma. By default, one star will be added in the starting, and if you want to uncomment it, just you can use control plus full stop, control plus period or full stop. You can see here. So this is the use of a comment. Comment is just there to define a line of code. Then other features of this ABAP program is similar to any database object that we have created till now. It is also mandatory for us to use control F2 to check the syntax and control plus F3 to activate the program. Control plus F3 to activate the program. Just see here, same icon are also available, syntax check and activation of the program. You can use that, right? So once your program will be activated, then and only then you will be able to use it. Lots of icons are there, display change here. Then this one is your execute button. So F8 is the shortcut key to execute a ABAP program. Execute a ABAP program. F8 is the shortcut key to execute a ABAP program, or you can simply click on this icon also. This one is another one. It will take you to directly SAT. If you all remember, SAT is the object navigator, and we can see everything from SAT itself. By default, if you go to SAT here, you can also check your table directly here. If you want, you can just go and check. So I'll pass my function group and table name. See, everything that we have created with the table, we will be able to see it. Includes, lots of includes were generated at the runtime. Dictionary structure, this is the table, everything, right? Then these are some of the features. Another feature that we see here is a pretty printer. Pretty printer. This is another important feature of your ABAP editor. Pretty printer. What is the printer doing here? So this is a functionality of the ABAP editor which is used to format the ABAP program or ABAP code. Format the ABAP code. And what is the benefit of it? It increases the readability of the ABAP program. It increases the readability of the ABAP program. It increases the readability of the ABAP program. For example, let's say I have written this code in short format. So everything here is capital at this moment. I have written everything in a small. Siucom something equal to this one in also small. And let's say I'm not giving this space also here. I'm not giving here the space also. Now I will click on this pretty printer. Can you see by default I'm also getting a green message here. Source text was formatted and everything was changed to capital letter. Also a indentation space is coming for this write statement, which is simply telling us that this write statement has been written in between these two if statement. So how it is getting defined? It is getting defined because of this default setting of the pretty printer. So the setting for the pretty printer for the pretty printer is given by the user or developer. You have the access of it. You can go and change it, utilities setting, and you can go to this pretty printer. And can you see by default I have selected this checkbox indentation, that's why it is working. And also I have selected this convert uppercase, and in the uppercase I am only selecting the uppercase here, the radio button, that's why everything is getting converted to uppercase only. If I will select the lowercase, now everything will change to lowercase only. Just see it, everything got changed to lowercase. So it's totally up to us what format we want to use. I personally prefer only the uppercase and along with the indentation. If you will not give the indentation, it will also be applied here. For example, I'm not giving here a space. Now I'll go for pretty printer. So can you see by default the indentation is not coming now. Indentation is not coming. So it is a proper format and it simply increases the readability of ABAP code. So that if any other developer, for example, let's say if you are leaving your company, so when we leave the organization, it becomes our responsibility to transfer the knowledge. We have to transfer the KT to the other developer who is getting assigned to the project. So at that time, it is very crucial to write a neat code. So it is a better way to use the proper pretty printer. Again, it is totally up to you which format of you want to use it. So this is all about the feature of this ABAP editor which we can use while developing any program. Now we will start with the development part and slowly we will see how we are going to write our code. So we have seen here lots of features. So one question I want to ask, what is a data type? Again the same question, which is, we have already used this thing while developing our table. Now who is going to explain me what is data type?
Whether a field is a character or a number or a currency that is selected over there. You can have numc, dat, or it can be char. It's a character.
Okay, so we can select that part, right?
Yeah.
Anything else?
It is a technical characteristic.
Okay, it is a technical characteristics or it defines the technical characteristic. Two
It
things here.
It tells
uh,
us what type of data we have
So
to
if it is telling us, then it will define us. It is the same stuff,
Yep, yep.
right? It is, then we cannot call it that it is only the technical characteristic. Okay. How many of you know the concept of object-oriented programming? Ever in your career?
I have heard it. Yeah,
Yeah,
CDS and oops ABAP something like that. They'll talk the technical thing. People.
That part will see. So see, if you talk about the modern programming, everything is only object oriented. CDS, AMDP, RESTful Application Programming Model, CAP Application Programming Model, your Fiori application, completely based on object oriented. So you will have to really be good in object oriented things. We will see that part. But what is a data type? A data type is a Now we will understand this definition. There we just used it. A data type are just like templates. First thing, templates which are used for creating data objects. A data types are just like templates which are used for creating data objects. A data type defines the technical characteristics. What is the characteristics here? Field, type, and length of data objects. Data objects here. Then, okay, let's continue with data objects also. So data objects. So what is a data object? A data object is an instance of the data type which is getting generated because of the data type. What it does, a data object is the placeholder, or it is the location, is the one who stores the content or data. It stores the content, so it is the place where the data is actually stored here. A data type is just a template, it is just a design. So as for example, on this screen I'm designing something, but if we talk about the real world, is this design taking some space in the real world? Definitely not. So a data type never ever takes any space. But a data object, since the data object is the container, it is the container where we will be storing something, that's why takes some space, right, based on the data type specified, Any question here in between them, data object and data? Yeah.
So this is similar like class and objects, right?
Yeah, similar. Basically that we are trying to relate with that so that we can easily understand it. When we will understand this data object, its types, then we will understand how the variable and all this came into the picture.
Just like that, if we can see that, we can tell that data type is just a blueprint of data objects.
Oh yes, definitely it is a template. I've already written.
Okay.
Okay. Then
Basically, sir, data objects is a container. For which time, like data types container? Can you explain a little bit more in data objects?
Definitely we will explain that. It's just a few things that they are different from each other. This is the one which will be defining the property, and this will be the one who will be containing the property.
Okay.
For example, the best example is if you are going for Google. Let's say I'm opening the Google here and I'm searching for human structure. This is the structure of human being, but we are the one who have all these properties, right? So this is a data type. We are the data object.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Now, if we define this data types, the types of data types here, you will see we have got three types of data types. There are three types of data types: elementary, complex data types, and reference data types. Elementary, complex, and reference data types. What is a elementary data type? So they are the predefined. They are the predefined data types given by the SAP system. They are the elementary one. So they are single data types. That's why they are elementary data types, and they are not composed of other data types. They are not composed of other data types. That's why they are elementary in nature. So they are elementary. They are not composed of other data types. For example, if you see their example, lots of elementary data type given by SAP system. It will be for character. We have got C. We use C for character here. Then for numeric, we are going to use numeric here, and they are just numbers in character format. For integer, we will be using I, so integer. For packed number, so that is a number with decimal format. So packed number is there, P. They all are given by SAP system, and they are elementary types. Floating number. For date, SAP has given us date. Time, they are also given T. So lots of data types are there. Also, for this is a character here. So all of these things are fixed length. Their length is fixed, or we will have to define it manually. But there is another one whose length is not fixed. For example, string. So it is a variable length. Its length will be defined at the content. For example, if I'm storing a sentence, its length will become up to that, or if I'm storing just a word, its length will be the length of the word only. So this is a variable length data type. So they all are elementary data type given by SAP system. If I want to just store, let's say my name, and I know its length is max to max length is going to be 30, I can simply go for character 30. Or if I want to store sentence, I can go for string. If I want to store time, I can go for this data type. If I want to store date, I can go for this data type, and so on. Then we have this complex data type. What is a complex data type? So the name itself is explaining everything here. This is complex data type. So what they are? They are the combination of elementary data type. And we have got two types of complex data type. First one will be your structure, and second one is your table type. Tell me where we have seen this. Structure and table type.
S11, type of structure, type of table, transform to cluster and
This is a table type, not type of table.
table.
If you
While
go back,
creating data element.
no, not creating data element. Data element is the elementary data type. There we are just using. So if you go and check something here, if I'm going for this creation, can you see this structure and table type here? So what are these things? They are just a data type or not? Tell me.
Yep.
Right? So they are complex kind of data type. So structure, you all know what is the definition of a structure. Structure is a collection of columns. Table type. So using structure, we will be creating the table type. We will see in maybe not today, in the tomorrow session. Then reference data type here. So this contains the reference of the objects, which we will see in object-oriented ABAP. That's why reference part is there, object-oriented ABAP. So there are three kinds of data type that we have. Now let's move on to our data objects. So there are two types of data objects. There are two types of data objects. Literals or unnamed data object, and the second one is your named data objects. Named data objects. What are literals? Something there by default you can see here unnamed I have already written, so we do not give a name for them. Their definition is completely based on completely based on their value. For example, I'm writing 1 to 3, so it becomes a number. If I'm writing a character, my name, so it becomes a character. So it's completely based on the value. That's why they are unnamed data object. Completely whatever the value will, it will become its definition. Then there is named data object. So this one, in this named data object, they have a name. They have a name, and there are 3 types of named data object. 3 types of named data objects. First one is your variable. Second one will be your constants. And third one is your text symbols. This is something new in case of ABAP programming. Now I personally believe that these 2 words you might have heard, all of you might have heard these 2 words in your life, variable and constant. Yes or no?
Yeah, in maths.
Yeah.
What is something variable? In mathematics, you will have overheard x, y. Let's suppose that this value will be x, right? We usually assume something value and then we store something, then we get something at the end, right? So a
Yeah.
variable whose value is not fixed, right? It is a named data object whose value is not fixed and it can be changed. And it can be changed, right? They are defined using the data keyword. Data keyword is used to define a variable. Data keyword is used to define a variable here. So for example, here if I have to define a variable, I will be using here data keyword followed by the variable name. For example, I'm following a naming convention, local variable name, LV here, LV name, and I can use, let's say I'm passing 30 character as length, type character. So this data type is being used to define this data object, and since this is a elementary data type of fixed length, we will have to pass a length here. So I'm passing its length here 30. Or what you can do instead, if you want, you can also use here data elements, because in the data element we always define the length and data type together. So for example, if I go to my table that we have created, if I open my table here, and if I go and check, there is an employee name. So you can use this data element here. So by default, where is it? This one. I will copy it, and there we will not have to pass the length anymore. So I will comment and I will write one more time, data LV name type data element. So this is being used to create the data object. So you can go for any of these features, but it is always preferable to use the data elements because we don't need to pass the length there anymore, because this data element always contains the data types and length in itself. So it's totally up to you what you want to use. What is a variable? Variable whose value is not fixed. So for example, here I'm storing some value, LV name is equal to my name, my name. Then I'm changing its value again. Let's say in between we have written some lines of code, and after that I'm changing its value here to some XYZ. There will not be any problem. There will not be any problem. There is no syntax error. You will be able to activate it. So when we will execute this program, what will happen? My system will start with the execution. First, it will go to line 11. It will check, okay, you are defining a variable LV underscore name with this type. So it will go inside this type and it will find out, okay, this is of character 40. Okay, perfect. Now it will go to line 14. So in this variable, we are storing this name Amrit Raj, and when it will go to line 20, its value is getting changed. So this Amrit Raj will be replaced with XYZ now. That's why it is a variable. So all these things that you are seeing here, all the data are getting stored only at the runtime. From the day one, I have told you all that the permanent storage is only tables. Rest everything is temporary. So variable is also a temporary storage which stores the data only at the runtime. Only at the runtime when we execute our program. So till when the program execution will be done, your compiler will execute the program line by line here, and then you will see the same stuff.
Sorry, Amanet. I want to
Yeah.
understand something regarding the LV name. I
Oh,
I
LV
cannot
name.
understand the logic
Wait. LV is
because
just a
you
way.
know.
Wait,
Mhm,
wait. For example, this is a variable, right? So,
mhm,
Omar, you are asking the question, right?
yes.
Okay. So let's say for this variable, I have given your name, Omar, and I have given here type, some data element. This is also a data element which I have created for employee name. Its length is, let me check. Okay, it is character 30. Now, you as a developer, you know this, that this is a variable which is going to store a name, right? System has no problem. You can check. System has no problem. It will be activated. But let's say this application is ready. Now you are handling it to other developer. That developer is opening this application and he is going to come here. He will see Omar. How he will understand that this is going to store a name? Is it be possible for him or her? No, right? It will not be possible for them. So there is a way that SAP has recommended us to use. It is not like mandatory, but it is a way. Here I have used this local variable LV. You can, anyone asking a question? No, okay. So there is a way SAP has recommended to use either LV as local variable or GV as global variable. It's totally up to you which you want to use, but it will tell us that we are defining here a variable name. So it is always recommended. So please let me write here in the starting. It is always recommended write a meaningful name for everything. Meaningful name for everything while defining it. It can be table, data type, data element, program, variable, consonant, classes, function modules, reports, etc. Lots of stuff. Let's say module pool programming, MVPP, etc. It is always you prefer to give a meaningful name. For example, for variable, for example, for variable, it is recommended to give a name as GV global variable or LV local variable. You can use for classes For classes, you can use GC or LC for local classes and global classes. For consonants, you can use, let's say, local consonants. So it's totally up to you as a developer how meaningful we want to make this program, how easily readable we want to make this program. For example, just understand, let's say you develop this, you have written 1000 lines of code, and after 1 year a requirement comes to make some changes. So let's say you are getting the same stuff to make the changes. Will it be easier for you to understand this variable after 1 year? No, no.
No.
A proper naming convention will help you to understand the situation, right? That's why a proper naming convention is there. I hope you are getting my point, what I am trying to explain here.
Yes, regarding this point, yes, but I want to understand the LV name. When you wrote the employee data element, I know I can go to SE11 and check this the employee is in a specific table and what is the length. But when I see, for example, LV name Omar, length 30 and type C, where can I check this info?
You want to check, you can go and, okay, that's why debugging part came into the picture. Now let me just show you, that part will come. Or let's just start with this one also. So here we define something, right? So I'm writing some code here. We will see what all these things are there, just for information. First program. Okay, now you created this variable and you want to understand how this is getting defined. So what I will do, you can only put a debugger. Debugger is something which helps you to check the each line of code. So here I am putting the debugger. Just activate the program, select the line and click on here. The debugger will be kept. And what will happen when you will go for execute button, your code will stop at line 14 in the debugging mode, and you can go for line by line execution and check it what is actually happening here. Or how one way to put debugger is select the line and you can click on this one also. So this breakpoint will be set here. Now I'll go for execute. Just see what is happening. We will enter the debugging mode. This debugging is something you all have heard in your career, that do the debugging, it will be easy for you. So desktop 3 is the broad screen where we can check. Now just double click on LV name. Double click on LV name here. Double click here, this variable. Can you see LV name? Its data type is character 40 and this is referring to this particular data element.
Okay.
Right? So debugging is the best friend. Let me just write here again. As a developer, our best friend is debugger. So we must understand and we should get used to our best friend. Okay.
Yes, okay, but to debug, we also need to know all the data, the variables, how to read them. It's complicated.
Slowly
It's
you
not
will
really
understand.
simple.
At this time you are just understanding what is a variable.
Yes, sure.
Okay. So you'll have to be patient for a little. Okay. Because some of you might know ABAP programming, right? It can be possible, but some of you are seeing it for the very first time. So completely situation is different now. Then another one is your constants. So what a constant is saying, a constant is a named data object. A named data object, it stores the fixed values. So it can be possible that we do not want to change the value of a object, data object, in our entire code. So at that time what we can do, so we can make it, we can store it in a constant, better in a constant, its value cannot be changed. So we use constants keyword, and this is a keyword given by SAP system which is used to define something. Data keyword, constant keyword, all the keywords are always in blue color, which I forget to write again. Let me write it here. So all the keywords are always in blue color, and non keywords are in black color. Keywords are something predefined by SAP for some actions. For example, data keyword is used to define the variable. Um, constants keyword is use constant keywords to define the constants. Okay, define the constants. So best example is, let's say I want to store the value of a pi. I want to store the value of pi. So pi, the value of pi is fixed, right? The value of pi is fixed. So in that situation, I can only store it in constant, because variable can be changed, but pi is value will be fixed. So I will name it local pi, LCL pi. Again, it's my way of writing. I will not suggest you to just follow the same way. You can write it G pi, global pi. You can write it Omer pi, or you can write it anything that you prefer. It's what I am preferring. Is for me only. Okay, so I'll give its type here. Here I will use pack up to decimals 3 length, and I'll store here some value, let's say 3.141 up to 3 decimals. So this is a constant. If I will try to change its value in the program, system will give me an error. So let's say I'm changing it to 4.141, and if I will go for syntax check, by default at line 29, SAP will give me error. The error read here, the field local pi cannot be modified, right? This is a error it is triggering. That's why it is a constant. Its value is fixed. It cannot be modified. So based on the requirement, we use different kind of data object. Then the last one is text symbol. It is also a named data object. Named data object. Text keyword is used to use this data object. Data object. This data object is not defined as
Hello,
a part.
Sir.
Yeah.
This side Rajat. Actually, I want to know that in our syntax code,
Hmm.
where we can use mostly constants, like matlab, in which part of our syntax code where we have to define the constants, can this part we can know?
Where you can define it anywhere, but it is better all the definition parts should be in the starting of the program.
Okay, and but basically, can you give an example like for which type of user requirement we can use constants?
I just given you an example, na. Best
No, no,
example I have given
pi
some.
is okay. Is there any other something else from the pi?
This is just a simple use case that I told you, because we all know that pi value is fixed, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So let's say I am know that for this program my sales order value is fixed, right? So I
Okay.
created a sales order value here, constant local sales order, and type data element of the sales order number, which is VBLN underscore VA. If you go and check to VBLN field, this is the its type, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
And its value I will assign, let's say 101. Now its value is fixed. So with this is we are going to use in the program. It
Okay,
totally
okay,
depends on the requirement. It is not something that I can tell you directly here.
okay, okay, okay,
Okay.
okay.
Perfect. Then this text symbol, it is a named data object. This data object is not defined directly as a part of the program, but it is defined as a part of as a part of the text element of the program. What you can do in the program, you have an option go to text element. Here you can go and here you can simply pass a text symbol. Here you can simply pass a text symbol. You can pass any text number here. For example, I am passing 001 and I am writing here text hello. I am trying to understand the ABAP programming. ABAP programming. And I am writing something here 002 and here I am writing some number, for example 456. So this is a text element. Activate it. This is defined directly into the text element of the program. It is not defined into the program itself. But if you want to use it, you will have to simply call it using the text keyword. For example, let's say where it is. Let's say I'm defining here a variable data LV string. We know now a string is a data type of variable length. So I have defined here a variable length string. Now into this local variable string, I want to store that text element. So what was the name? Let me go and check it again. 001. Okay. So I will use this text 001 keyword. This will simply refer to the text element whose number we have given 001. And what will happen? Let's check it. So I want to display it something, write statement. Again, we will see everything in detail. Just please focus on data type and data object at this moment. Just see the same stuff that we have written. Is it the same thing? Hello, I am trying to understand the ABAP programming. Right? See,
The
this is the
syntax is text hyphen 001.
it will be hyphen followed by the number that we have given there. If you will go for 002, this 456 will come now. See? 456 now. Right? So these are the three ways to simply write, these are the three ways to define a data object. Now it's totally up to you as a developer. With practice, you will understand the use cases of everything in detail. So it's totally up to you which you want to use in your program. And we all know for doing any specific task, there can be hundreds of ways. So it is we who has to decide which is the best approach for us. Okay. Any question in the types of these data objects? Omar?
So one thing.
Amaris, so,
Yeah, please one by one.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Omar. After that, I will.
Just when you wrote such document few seconds before in the code, you wrote sales document and you wrote VBLN VA. Why it's VBLN VA? We know that the sales
Wait,
document
wait,
normally
wait,
it's
wait, wait, wait,
VBLN.
wait, 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 wait. I'm opening VBAK table. What is the
Okay.
data element here?
Okay. This is
We are not referring to field. We will always refer to data element or the data type. Okay? Because this
okay.
is the one which contains the type. Sorry, this is the one which contains the type. This is how data object is getting created now. We are using the template, and who contains the template? Data type contains the template. Data element by default is storing the data type and length, so we are directly using it. Otherwise, you can also simply change it to something else. For example, I am passing its 10 length, and it's instead of this, I am just passing character C. It is the same thing, no difference here. You can see it's character 10, right? The same stuff. Either write the data element or simply write the length along with the data type. Okay.
But how it will recognize that it's the sales order and it's VBLN in the table if you write it like this?
For example, see, when we will be using it in the program while writing some queries, at that time when we will use this as a where condition, then it will map the length. It will map its length there. Then it is recognized. At this moment, we cannot recognize it. It is
Okay.
just I am using. Okay.
Yes, yes. You're a good boy.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, Devrup, you were saying something.
Yeah, can you please elaborate once the complex data type that you were saying, that we can say that table type and structure?
I will explain. I will explain that part. It will come, don't worry. It is not like that. It was just an overview. We will
Okay,
use
okay.
that table type also. Locally, globally creation in the next class. Okay. Don't worry on that.
And one thing that just a question in ABAP, like in
Hmm.
SAP, we usually don't require the complex numbers, right? So is there any way to represent complex numbers as well as a data with the data type?
Complex number here it is we are see here we are working on real data. First thing, real
Yeah,
data has no meaning of complex things, right?
okay,
Complex
yeah.
is just a hypothetical situation, right? A plus IB. Are you talking about that part?
Yeah, because in every programming language there is a way, no, like to represent complex numbers. So in
Here you need to understand one thing. There might be a way, but I have never used that part in any projects. I have never
okay,
used
okay.
that. But you see the situation. ABAP is completely different from other programming language. What it is, ABAP only focuses on real-time data data. We have our own so real-time data operations. This is the only job. You need to first understand why SAP. SAP is handling the ERP business. ERP only cares about real-time data.
Okay.
Rest everything is completely meaningless and waste of time for us. We should never focus on that part. Once you
Okay.
will become a pro ABAP developer, then if it's your choice, you can do R&Ds on that. Okay. When we learn these things for the first time, we usually want to get everything, but we do not focus on the core concept. That's why we fail in the interview. Okay. All right. Okay. Tell me. I have to divide a program into multiple parts. How can I divide it? How many parts are there for a program?
Three.
Initialization, execution.
No. That is events there. That is completely different. So generally, what we see, a program can be divided into three parts. It will be initialization. Sorry, not initialization. I just read it. Input, processing logic, and output. Input is something we take from the user, right? We take from the user. We take from the user. So here in SAP system or in ABAP programming, we have two ways to take input from the user: parameters and select options. Again, please do not ask question at this moment on these things. We will see in the upcoming parts. So in ABAP programming, parameters and select options are used to take input from the user. input from the user. Then the processing logic is there. So based on the input, the logic is written and implemented. And at last, we display the output to the user. So this is the responsibility and this is the purpose of any program, any application. What is a program? What is a application? Application is just a program, right? Any application is just a program. It's just a program. Can be a complex program also, 3,000, 5,000, 7,000 lines of code. So program is there, so you can divide it generally in three parts, taking input from the user. In ABAP program, these are the only two ways which we will see what are them. Then we write the processing logic and the output part. So for example, let's take a very simple requirement completely out of our ABAP real-time data. For example, I want to create sum of two numbers here, sum of two numbers. So first part will be input. So for that input, what we need two variables. So I'll declare here two variables. So LV num1 type integer. Then I'm declaring LV num1 type integer. Then LV num2 number 2 type integer. Then I will need a output variable. So LV output also type integer, right? Then input part is there. So parameters and select option are the ways to take input here, which I will explain in the upcoming part. At this moment, I will just pass a default variable here. So let's say a default value 20, LV num2 is equal to 10. And then I will go for processing logic. So processing logic will be here LV underscore output is equal to LV num1 plus LV num2. Just understand the situation. Everything that is written in ABAP programming language, it is written as a statement here. What is a statement? A statement is a group of words which ends with a full stop or period. Same stuff is there. Everything in ABAP programming is always written in case of statement, and the data is always flowed from right to left. 20 will be stored in LV num1, 10 will be stored into LV num2. This operation 20 plus 10 will be stored into LV output. And then there is the next, which is output part. So write statement is used to display the output in ABAP. Write statement is used to display the output to the user. Write statement. So write LV output. Or let's say I want to write some text also. So the sum of two numbers is equal to, and I will use another write statement, LV num1. So activate it. And let's debug our code so that we can understand the flow. So I will put here a debugger breakpoint. In the SAP, debugger is called mainly breakpoint. I will go for execute and we will enter the debugging mode. So it is always better to go to desktop 3 because desktop 3 has a broad view and we can check the value of variables easily. So double click on LV num1, double click, it will come here. At this moment its value is 0 because we are at line 14 and line 14 has not yet executed and this 20 has not yet transferred to LV num1. I will double click on LV num2 also and LV output also. There is no value. We have taken the type as integer, so its default value 0 is coming. Now we will step by step execute. So for step by step and line by line execution, you can go for this F6. F6 is used to execute our code line by line. Just click on this F6. See, line 14 has been executed, 20 was transferred to LV num1, and we can see the value of LV num1 is now 20. Then I will go for line 15 execution, so F6. So this 15 got executed and 10 was transferred to LV num2, and we can see here 10 is there in LV num2 now. Then we are at line 18, and can you see by default this comment was ignored by SAP system. It directly went to line 18. This is your compiler, ABAP compiler here, which is executing your code line by line. Now this operation, so 20 plus 10, 30. 30 will be stored in LV output once line 18 will execute. So click on F6. See here its value is 30. So when if you want to come out of this debugger, so you can go for this continue or F8, and you can see the output here. The sum of two numbers is equal to 20. Right? This is the basic way and the basic way to understand ABAP program, how the flow is working. Before going for any complex scenario, first you need to understand how we are going to write a program here. How we are going to write a program here. If we check the output, its output is coming in the same line. If you want to change the line, we can use here slash operator. Slash operator will simply put this particular output in the next line. It will give you a next line now. 20 is in the next line now. The slash operator is used to give a new line. Now, if you check this thing, we are using here data keyword every time when we are defining a variable. A data object, whenever we are defining, we are using a data keyword. So is it mandatory to use data keyword every time? No, it is also not mandatory. There is another shortcut given by SAP system, which is chain operator. Again, very crucial. So I'm going to write here chain operator. Chain operator here. Let me give a color. So in SAP or in ABAP programming language, colon is called the chain operator. What is the job of a chain operator? Chain operator is used to combine the multiple ABAP statements together multiple ABAP statements together. So same stuff you can see. If you want to make it small, or if you want to increase it, decrease, what I can do, I will comment it out. Instead, I will use here chain operator, and now you can remove this data keyword. So just remove this full stop with comma, and now they will become a single statement. Both of them are same stuff, only here we are using lesser number of words. So chain operator is used to combine multiple ABAP statement together into a single one. Now it has become a single statement ending with a single full stop, you can see here, and you are able to define 3 variables. Same stuff you can do with this right also. You can use here chain. Now you can remove this right, and instead you can use here comma. So this will become a single one now. Activate it. See, no problem, no error. We are getting the same output. Are you all able to understand this basic sum of two numbers program using ABAP?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Please understand this is you cannot directly go and develop a complex application until and unless you understand the basic core concept of the ABAP. Without understanding these variables, how will you be able to store sales order or purchase order? Right? How will be able to use internal tables and internal table operations? Okay. combine multiple ABAP statements together. So as a ABAP developer, the only thing that we need to know is whatever code we are going to write, all of them will only be a statement. What is a statement? Is a general word. A statement is just a combination of words which ends with a full stop, right? Now the question is what we do here in the ABAP programming, what we are going to do. So what we do in the ABAP programming, whatever the requirement comes, what we do here, that we first need to understand. Then we can little bit understand. So what you will see, a client will come to you, and he or she will give you a requirement to build a ABAP application which follows or which performs certain CRUD operations on the database, and then it results into a output or into a desired output of the user. This is what a application is all about. So in ABAP programming, what we do is we take input. So first just understand what we actually do. This is the traditional way of programming. When we will move on to S/4HANA part, the scenario will completely change. On Eclipse, we will focus on both of the things. So steps for implementation of a ABAP application. So here what we do is we take input from the user on the presentation layer and store it temporarily on the application layer, because this is where we will write the logic. Then we write queries to bring the data from the database, and there we store it on the application layer. Everything is here temporarily. We store it on the application layer temporarily. Then what we do, since you will bring the data, lots of data will come based on the table, how many data are there, all the data will come and you will store there on the application layer again temporarily. Then what you will do, you will perform the CRUD operations. Like if we have to create a new record or update existing record, delete existing record, or if we have to only see the record, everything is same. Is there any message here? Homer. Okay. So perform the CRUD operations, create, update, delete, read. And then what we do, we commit the changes back to the database. At last, we display the output, the user in the user desired format. This is your ABAP application is all about. Entire thing will be focused on these things, any kind of scenario, but our focus will be how we can build a wonderful application which follows the current market requirement, and how it can be reusable, how it can be modularized, or how it can be easily maintainable. This is what it is all about. taking input, bringing the data, storing it on application layer, then performing the operation on the data, and at last simply after the committing the changes, at last we simply display the data to the user in the desired format. This is our purpose. So the question here is, where do we store the data? Do we store the data, that data that we have brought from database? That will be immense amount of data, right? Because if you check any of the standard tables, all these tables have lots and lots of data. They are standard table given by SAP system so that we can use them for our own purpose. So when we bring data from the database on the application layer, where do we store the data? Where do we
Internal.
store the? I will explain. I know you all are brilliant. So where do we store the data? So we store the data into the complex data objects. Again, this is a generic word which I am giving here so that we can easily understand how things are different here. If you talk about data objects, this is literals, just ignore it because it do not have any name. But if I talk about named data object, which one is most useful for us? Definitely the variable, right? Definitely the variable. And if you look at this variable, tell me, are you going to call it a elementary or complex?
Elementary.
Definitely elementary. At a time, only one record will be there, na? Right? Only one value will be there. After that, maybe at the runtime we are changing it with some other values, but only one value will be there. That's why. So we store the data into the complex data object. Why I am using this complex word? Because we are bringing lots and lots of data. If you talk about any of the standard table, just go and check. Let's say I'm going for VBRQ or VBRP table. So S11 VBRP table. How many columns are there? 329 columns are there. That much columns, and let's say if we have 10,000 rows, so 10,000 rows and 329, so 10,000 into 329, that much cells will be there into the data, into that particular store. That's why it will be called as complex data object. So we store the data into the complex data object. How we create them? So we use the complex data types to create a complex data objects. We use complex data types to create a complex data object. So what are these complex data types? What are these complex data objects? Again, this is just a way to understand this thing. Complex data object. This is a naming convention which I have given so that we can easily categorize them. So this complex data object, we have internal table and another one is work area. Internal table and work area. What is a internal table? A internal table is a temporary storage of data on the ABAP application layer. Temporary storage of data on the ABAP application layer. And this can store any number of records. Any number of records at the runtime. Any number of records at the runtime. So again, one question always comes into mind. Why do I need an internal table? Why cannot I directly perform operation on the table? Can anyone tell me? Why do I need these complex data objects? The steps I explained for the implementation of ABAP application. Why I need to bring the data on the application layer? Why do I need to store into these complex data objects? Why cannot I directly perform on the tables? Think on it. Why do I need to store into these complex data objects?
Can I say?
Yes, yes.
So I think you are working on the business data, right, in database. Whatever the data consists, all of the business data in database. So directly doing the operation on the directly to the database layer, it's not a proper way. So to do the business logical operation, you should bring the object into your local. So you can perform your check and operation in local
Perfect
internal
answer.
table. Then you can commit back to the database layer. So that
Perfect
is
answer. Perfect answer for this question. All the data, all these data are real-time data, and we cannot take risk to lose them, right? Otherwise, it can cause loss for millions and billions of dollars. That's why we copy them and store them temporarily, and then we perform the modification and we review them and store them, and then we commit it. That is the way of understanding why we are doing what we are doing. So this internal table can store any number of records. Whenever I am talking about records, it simply means rows. Same word. Records and rows are same thing. So this can store any number of records at the runtime. Okay. Then what is this work area? A work area is also a temporary storage. Is also a temporary storage of data on the ABAP application layer. So two temporary storage. What is the difference between them? The difference is this can store at most one record or rows at the runtime. At most one. Any number of records or at most one. Here I am using the word runtime. Runtime is very crucial because when we execute the program, then that query will execute, data will come and will perform the operation, and at last everything will be freed. So only these things are there at the runtime only. They are temporary storage of data. Also, now just see this. Just assume a situation. We have got let's say 10,000 rows in this internal table with 200 columns. Now I want to modify this. Let's say modify 185th column for each row. How is that possible? Is that possible for me to directly go and check each record into the internal table? Is that possible? That's why work area came into the picture. What we will do, we will perform the loop, and one by one each record will be sent. Here again, record is a row, same thing. Each record or row will be sent to work area, and then modification, and then we can perform the modification. So what is the job of a work area? A work area is used to process the records of the internal table. And since they are data objects, data objects are always created using the data keyword. Data objects are always created using the data keyword. Are you able to understand what is the difference between internal table and work area, and what is the use case for both of them? Hmm? Why
Yes,
so
sir.
much silence? This is just similar to your table, but it only stores the data at the runtime. This is called internal table. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, no issue. Slowly you will understand that. Don't worry. Now let's see how to create them. So I'll go to SE38. I'll create first internal table work area. Create internal table and work area. Before that, how many of you understand this loop word?
I'm aware of it.
No, no, no.
Yeah.
But everybody should be aware of it. What is the word loop here? Please explain, anyone.
Basically, loop is to record each and every line multiple times.
Record?
We will perform loop for multiple records, and
No, 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 no,
the
no. First, please understand. I know you might be understanding this, but you are not able to explain it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Sir,
it is you. Yeah, yeah. Tell me.
execute execute the programs multiple times or group of statements.
Group of statement multiple time. So, what is the use of a word loop here? Let me just explain. Two types of loops are given by SAP system. So, a loop is used to execute a
Series
group
of
of state
repetitive action. Sorry to interrupt.
multiple times. For example, just take a situation. Let's say I want to write my name 10 times. So I will be writing like this. So writing it one or two, three times, four times is easy. But what if I have to write it 1000 times? Will I be writing it like this way? Is it a good approach? Definitely not. We will go for loop. Loop is used to execute a group of a statement together multiple times. We have got three types of loop here: do loop, while loop, and the most important one which we use for the development of our ABAP application, which is your loop at internal table. This loop at internal table is used to simply process the record of your internal table into work area one by one. This is what which is essential for us. You can use this do and while loop also. What do loop says? It is an unconditional loop. It is an unconditional loop. This while loop is a conditional loop which executes till the condition satisfies. Two things are there: unconditional and conditional loop. So let me just show you. So for example, I want to perform this operation 10 times. So what I can do, I can simply write do loop do 10 times and do one more thing. uh, every loop will every loop will start with its name, and it will end with the AND statement. It will always end with AND statement. You can see here, do and do. If you will go for while, it will be while and at last end while. If you will go for loop, so it will be loop at internal table into work area, and at last it will be end and end of this particular loop. So it is mandatory. It is mandatory. So do 10 times in between. I can simply write this statement with Raj, and just see, I will remove these two things. So this will execute 10 times. You can simply go and check. You can simply go and check here. I will put here debugger and let's check it. Text of 3. Now I will go for F6. Just see what is happening. We are at line 11. So first time it got executed, write the statement. Now and do. Again it will go back to line 10. Just see, it is going back to line 10. Then I will click F6. Again line 11 is this write statement will execute. Next, again it will execute. So 10 time it is going to execute. 10 time. This is a loop. 10 time it will execute. 10 time it will execute. And once it will be finished, we will get the output. See, when it got finished, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, right? So if we want to execute a statement or group of a statement multiple times, you can perform any operation in between this loop. All these will execute 10 times. All these things will execute 10 times. So this is a loop. Then we have while loop. So for example, let's say I have a requirement. I want to display numbers from 1 to 10. I want to display numbers from 1 to 10. So here what I will do is I will declare one variable first. So lv number, type integer, value I will give here 1. I have declared one variable of type integer, and I can simply perform while loop. So while lv num is less than, let's say, 11, this will execute, and while, and in between I will simply print the number, right? lv num. Now just understand the situation. What will happen when this loop will start? This is a conditional loop. This is its definition. This is a conditional loop, and it executes till the condition is satisfied. So it will first check its value is 1. So 1 less than 11, 1 will be printed. Again it will go 1 less than 11, 1 will be printed. 1 less than 11, 1 will be printed. 1 less than 11, 1 will be printed. So how many times it is going to execute?
Indefinite.
It will become an indefinite loop or infinite loop. That's why we will have to increase its value after each operation. So what we will do here, we will simply change its value. lv num is equal to lv num plus 1. So it will print 1, then its value will become 1 plus 1, 2. Then again it will come. So 2 less than 11, 3 less than 11, 4 less than 11, again 10 less than 11. And when it will come 11 less than 11, condition false, it will come out of loop, right? Just go and check it in debugging. You will understand it easily. So I'll activate it. I will put here debugger and go to execute button. So everything here is mathematics. If your mathematics is good, or even if your basic mathematics is good, if you are able to practice these things again and again, you will be able to develop your logic really good. Just see this. I will double click on lv number. What is its value at this moment? Its value is 1. Now I will click on F6. So 1 will be printed, write statement will execute. Then I am going to line 17. So 1 plus 1, 2 will be stored here. Its value will become 2 now, right? Then I will again go back to while loop. So 2 less than 11, condition true. So go under this loop. Again 3. So we will come under this loop 3, 4, 5, 6. All of them are getting executed. 7, 8, 9. Now its value is 10. So this 10, again 10 less than 11, condition true, so 10 will be executed. Then we are going for this. So 10 plus 1, 11. Now the condition is unsatisfied, right? 11 less than 11, condition false, so it will come out of loop, right? You can see it do not went inside, but it directly went to the last part, and now see we are out. So these two do and while loop are basically similar to your for and while loop of Java programming and C++ programming. They have taken reference from there. But if you talk about ABAP point of view, only thing that is highly important for us is this loop at internal table. However, you can still use these things. Totally depends on how developer wants. SAP has not given any recommendation to use any of these things, but it's totally up to you how what you want and why you want. Any question in this do and while? Your voice is not clear.
Sir, now audible.
Yeah, Rajat, tell me.
Sir, can you please go on syntax screen?
Yes.
And here you mentioned that write LV num is greater than 11, and write LV num before you
It is
writing
less
the.
than 11. It is not
Sorry,
greater
yes,
than
yes,
11.
it's less than 11. Before writing the line number 17, this LV num is also an LV num plus 1. You said that this loop will be infinite. So can you, sir, repeat this the statement again? I did not understand this statement.
You do not understand this statement. Okay.
Yes.
Just now tell me by yourself what is going to happen here. Start with 1. What will happen?
Yes, they will find first value is less.
Then
After then the loop will again then second value, then third value,
how
then fourth
second
value.
value? No, no, no. How second value? Its value is still 1. Where its value is increasing.
Okay. So there
I
is
have
not any
commented it out. Now this is not
yeah,
working
yeah,
now.
yeah. There is no any processing logic here.
No, no. It will work if you have written this loop. Just understand. 1 less than 11 condition true. This was
Yes.
printed. It
Okay.
went to it back. 1 less than 11 condition true. Again printed 1.
Okay.
Again printed 1. Again printed 1. Again printed 1. So till the
Okay.
time your temporary memory will full, this will execute. And at last, once all the stack memory will be full, you will get a runtime error here. Just see this. See, it went to an infinite loop. So
So,
until and unless your memory will full, you will get after that you will get a dump.
yeah,
That
yeah,
it's
yeah.
over now. Just see this. Wait
Okay.
for a few seconds. That's why debugging is the most crucial thing you need to understand.
Okay. Okay. For the strong point of my logic conditions, like because I was a bit confused in making a logic or statements, like that's why debugging is the most important part.
Hmm. Who is your best friend?
Debugger.
So always interact with your best friend. Okay,
Okay, sir.
perfect. Just see this. Memory low.
Okay, okay. No memory
It's over.
available to add to. Okay, okay, okay.
Leave the transaction before take a break. Taking a break.
Okay, sir.
Perfect. All right, guys.
Yes,
So
sir.
let's start with the creation of this internal table and work area. They are complex data object. First, just understand the situation. If you are going for elementary data object like variable, you will need a elementary data type. You can directly use character, integer, or you can use directly a data element to create them. But if you are going for complex data object, what do we need here? Complex data object can only be created let me just write it here. Complex data object will be created by using the complex data types. And what are the complex data types? We have structure and table type. Structure and table type. So we already know how to create a structure. That structure was a reusable structure. We created it from SE11. So let's start with the creation of these things.
Sorry a minute. Just a question. You're
Yeah,
using integer instead of character or num. What does it mean, integer?
integer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, minus infinity to plus infinity, anything is an integer. Let's say minus 5, minus 4, minus 3. These are negative integer. If you talk about positive integer, so it will start with 0. 0 is again not positive one, it is in the mid. That's what we learned in mathematics. 4,
Okay.
5. Okay,
Okay.
there will
It's
not be any
just
decimal value.
okay. But why
They are
you're
integers.
we're using number then a character
You can
number.
use a numc
Mm.
instead. That is
Mm.
more better.
Yes, let me see. Mm. Okay.
Here you can use numeric characters and okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that is more perfect if you are using numc. But
Mm.
since we are just discussing this do and while some performing some operation, I thought integer would be more okay that I use. Okay.
Okay.
And
Just
Amrit,
okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Last question. When you're debugging, uh, the breakpoint you put it, for
Hmm.
example, in which word? Because I tried to put it in data, it tells me not. It's not.
No, 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 no.
Mm,
Definition part it will not work. If you are putting a breakpoint, let me just show any program. Okay. Let's see this. Here, if you will try to put this, it will not take. They are definitions, right? They are definition. You can put it in the implementation part. Here you can put it. This is the implementation part. Wherever you are performing certain operation, you cannot go for these things. It will not take. See, it was set on line 6, right?
okay. The execution. You mean execution?
It can only be set on the processing where you are performing any operation. For
Okay.
example, your sum of two numbers. Okay, here is something else. So here you can put it. This is a case operation. Here is some operation is going on.
Okay. If it's a definition, we can put it. It's if it's
Definitely.
executable, we can put it. Okay.
Guys, I have written a wonderful document on this if and case in the document. Please go and check that. After the session, please go and check. In the next session, I will ask a question from you all on this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we were talking about how to create this data objects. So where it is, complex data object will be created by using complex data type. They are structure and table type.
Amir
Now,
sir, I
yeah,
have a question. In structure, while we're declaring some fields, so we can declare directly a numeric, yeah, for any kind of that, because I get confused while declaring something for
tell
in
me
Z
your
table.
structure name.
No, I just normally asking from that that if we declare some structure in our SE38 ABAP, and after that, for example, we can use like detail ID type num.
DTL ID.
No, I just for an example. Yeah, for suppose we can create an SE38. there is a मतलब एक फील्ड हमने क्रिएट करी है स्ट्रक्चर के रूप में लाइक
Hmm.
आईडी टाइप हमने उसका कोई डेटा एलिमेंट या डेटा टाइप नहीं दिया और सॉरी डेटा टाइप दिया डेटा एलिमेंट नहीं दिया तो डेटा टाइप में हमने उसको नम दे दिया तो हम डायरेक्टली
Wait,
नम
wait, wait,
डिफाइन कर सकते
wait,
हैं
wait, 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 wait. If you check this, there is the option of built-in type. If you
या
don't want to go for data element, you can go for built-in type. Pass the data type length. It will be there accordingly. If you remember how we saw to create variables, at that time also I told you you can use data element or you can directly use the type data type. At that
बट
time you
आई
will have to pass the
बट
length also.
I'm asking in for this ABAP editor initial screen while we creating some program. So I have a
So
query for
wait
that.
for the structure now. When we will
Okay,
create
okay.
local structure. Why you are so impatient? Please be patient. Okay.
Okay, okay.
First internal table and okay. Huh. So let's start with internal table creation. Internal table creation. Then we will just perform operation on the top of that. Internal table creation. So we can use here structure and table type both to create the internal tables. Internal tables. First thing is that a structure can be a global structure which is created from S11, or a local structure which you might define it in SE38 program. SE38 program, that will be your local structure. So that will be locally available only to that program only. But this global structure is reusable. You can use it in table program. We have seen this include structure. That is your global structure. Then you have your table type. So this table type, again, you can create a global table type from SE11, and you can create a local table type from SE38 inside the program also. Both of them, again, local table type will only be available to that program only, and global table type will be there for all the other things, for all the programs, and in function modules or in classes also we can call them. So what is a table type? First understand this. This is type. So it is a data type here. So for creating these table types, we need structures, because in the structure we will define all the columns, and using this we will define the table type. Just have 5 to 10 minutes, you will understand the difference between them. So let's start with the creation of structure first. So creating internal table using structure. Creating internal table using structure. We know how to create a structure using SE11. Now let's see how to create a structure locally. I'll give here a comment: local structure creation. So we use types keyword. So let me write it here. We use types keyword to define our structure locally. Structure or internal table type, both of them, types keyword is used to define it. So what you will do, you will start with types keyword, types. Then you will start the begin of keyword structure name. Now, if we talk about the local structure, it is preferred to use TY here, TY, and let's say I want for my employee table, so I am naming it TY employee. Again, it is not mandatory. If you want, you can give your name also, like Amrit. You can write it like this way, there will not be any problem. But if you want to go with the preferred way, TY is there to you, which is used to define a local structure. Then comma. After that, we use all the columns that we want. So what I will do, I will go to my table and I will check the columns that I have. I will open my employee table and see this. All these columns are there. So first column is my employee ID. I will use this employee ID. Now, either if you want, you can directly use the data element. Data element will consist of the data type along with length and along with the field label. Or if you do not want that, you can also directly write like this way. It's length 3 type character. Same stuff is there. There is no problem for the data element. Both of these things are same. There is no problem here. It's totally up to you which you want to use, but it is more preferred if you are using the data element. Is this point clear to you, Rajat? Are you there? Yes, Omar. Are you saying something?
You're trying to create a table here instead of
No, no, no,
doing
no.
it
I'm
in
creating a structure.
a structure. Okay.
What is a structure? You remember a structure is a collection of columns.
Mhm.
Okay. So you can use here any number of columns that you want. I am referring to my table, so I am using the columns of my table. So I'll create here more. I'll pass more columns. Employee name.
Hello,
Employee
am I
name.
audible, sir?
Yeah.
So, sir, basically my question is arises that if you use employee ID type, can you use here numc? Yeah, we can create a pure numeric type of data element. If we rather than use data element, we can use data type here numeric also. For
Why
example,
not? Why not? You cannot use that. Why not? I have already given you a requirement to create a table on numeric. So use
okay,
this type and what is your problem?
type and okay, sir.
Numc is not there. Numc is not. Well, it is not. It is n only. Okay.
Okay.
In ABAP program, it is n only. Okay.
Okay. That's my other question, sir. Thank you.
See, I personally prefer character because if you go and check all the standard tables, there most of the primary keys are character only.
But basically, phone number digit is in a numeric. So how can
Ah,
we write?
use it now. Character you can store anything. There is no
Uh,
problem.
but
You can store any numbers there. It's totally up to you.
yes, but if a user has a requirement to add a phone
Ah,
number
then
field.
use the numbers. Use the integer. Who is stopping you? That's why so
Okay, sir.
many elementary data type are there, na?
Okay, sir.
Okay. All right. So employee ID, employee name. Then I will go for other columns, department, and its data element. I'm creating a local structure here, guys. Just see this. It's a data element. I will go for manager column and its data element. I'll go for next column, which is salary. Salary type, salary data element. Then I can go for currency field. So currency type, currency data element. And at last, end of TY employee. This is a local structure. This is a local structure. You can have any number of columns here. There is no problem. If you want to have 300, 400, the highest number of columns, you can write it. This is similar to your global structure that you are going to create. Let me just show you again these things. I will create here data type, Z, structure, employee, create, structure, structure for employee, and I will bring the columns from my table. So Control Y, I will select them, Control C, and I will simply paste here. Then I will go for this, Control Y, and paste it here. This is also a structure, but this is a global structure now. Okay, there is some problem. It is asking for reference. Okay, no issue. My reference table is employee table and reference field is currency. Local structure I will never ask for this reference field, but global structure it is mandatory. So this is a global structure. This is the interface of it, but in the backend its code is written like in the same format. This is a local structure. but this is limited to this program only. This global structure is reusable. Use it in the program, use it in the function module, use it in table, use it in class, anywhere you can use it. So how to create this internal table? We use structures or table type. At this moment, I know how to create a structure, so I created a structure. Now I will define one internal table for me. Internal table is a complex data object. Data keyword will be used. So defining the internal table, data keyword, I will name it LT underscore employee. Again, LT here is a general way to define, give the name local table for your internal table. If you want, you can give other names. So type table of your structure. This is structure name. Some people write it using IT employee, IT for internal table. LT is a general recommendation to write it. Type table of TY employee, which is your structure. Some people write it GT for global table. Type table of TY employee. I can write my name also, Amrit. Type table of TY employee. All these four internal tables are same stuff. Type table of is a keyword. You can see it. It is in blue color, which is used to define the internal table. It is in blue color, right? It is in blue color. So LT, IT, GT, Amrit, all of them are four internal tables. But this is most preferred way, LT and GT. Again, it's totally up to you how you want to learn these things, because at last you are the one who will be writing the code. This is an internal table. Now just see it. One way is to put the debugger is by clicking on this thing. Another way is you can write here a statement called breakpoint. By default, your program will stop at line 25. Your program will stop at line 25. Just see this, what will happen now. Go and click on execute. Can you see? It stopped at line 25. See your debugger, right? Let's go to desktop 3 and click on this LT employee, IT employee, GT employee, Amrit. Understand this situation here, how it is. All of these four things are initial. Initial in ABAP means empty. Initial in ABAP means empty. And can you see this 0 cross 6? 0 cross 6, 0 cross 6, and 0 cross 6. How many rows, how many columns are there? Count this number of columns here. How many columns are there? 6, right? 6 columns are there in this structure. So this 6 represents its number of columns, and here 0 is representing the number of rows. We have not added any rows here because we have just defined it. There is no records into this internal table. If you will double click on this, you can see it will be empty. If you will double click on it, you can see it will be empty because there is no record at this moment. IT employee, all of them are same thing, only different names. GT employee, they are complex data object. Is it similar to a table? Is it similar to a table or not?
Yes, sir.
Right? It is similar to a table. Just go and check the data of the table. See this, it is similar to that one, but this is permanent data storage. This will store the data permanently, but this is local. This is local, only at the runtime. Temporary data storage. So I defined here an internal table using this local structure. Now let me just show you how to define it using the global structure. Structure is same, only local and global. So this is my structure. I'll copy its name. I will come back to program, and let's say I'm changing this IT with my global structure now. Just see what is happening. Is there any difference here? No difference. No difference. You can go and debugging and check the thing. Check step 3. IT and GT and this. Just see it. Is there any difference in these three things?
No, sir.
Right? So only the problem is this is global, and this is just limited to this program only. Also, you can use your table name directly to create your internal table. What your ABAP program does, okay, let me write a note here. It will be very important. A note. We can also use our table name, create our internal tables and work area. But there is one problem. What is the problem here? The problem is our table also contains the MANDT field, right? Client number field. So your internal table will also have that column if you are creating using your table name, which is not mostly used. That's why we do not. That's why we not much prefer the name of the table. Again, if you want, you can use that. There is no issue on it. But this MANDT field will also come into your internal table. Let's check it. So I will, for this Amrit one, I want to pass my table name now. What will happen? Let's check it. SAP, this ABAP programming. Okay, one more important note here. ABAP program considers the name of the table as a structure while declaring the internal table and work area. ABAP program consider the name of the table as a structure. So we can directly use the same stuff. Let's go and check what is the difference between these 4 internal tables now. Desktop 3. I will double click on Amrit. How many columns are there? 7. If you will double click on this, can you see this MANDT is also there now? Right?
Yes, sir.
So again, it is up to us whether we want to go for this local structure, global structure, or direct table name. It's again up to us. Any question here how to declare this local structure or how to declare this internal table using a structure?
We can directly use global structure rather than the internal table, sir. Sorry, for the local table like this begin of TY employee. We can directly go through the global structure.
Yeah, but understand the situation. What is the problem here? You created one global structure, okay?
Okay.
Now you used it in the program. After some time, there was a change in the requirement. Your no, not we do not directly go for that. Let's say I created the structure. I used it in 10 programs, 5 tables, and 3 function modules. Okay,
Okay.
same structure I use it.
Okay.
Now, after some time, for one program, my client want to add few more fields into the internal table. So how we will do that? We will definitely have to change the structure, right?
Yes. Yes.
But is it possible now? Because that the same structure is being used in more than 10 or 15 different programs. but for only one requirement my client is requesting to change it. So that will become a problem at that time, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So it's totally based on the requirement. That's why mostly what people do, this we can change it. If there is a requirement will change, we can directly add one more column here. Let's say I want now add a numeric field. So for example, number. I will give here 3 length, type numeric now. Okay,
Yeah.
it is okay now. No
Okay.
issue.
Yes, sir. Okay. So
Again, I
basic
am telling there are hundreds of ways of doing same thing, but again, it's totally the developer who will decide how they are going for that.
basically like developer wants, if they wants to use global structure, they can directly use global, but for the
Hmm.
require according to user requirement.
Yeah, everything is here according to the user requirement.
Okay, sir.
Any other question? Anyone how to declare these things? I believe this is easy, right?
Yeah, but one thing, like
Yes,
you say that
Devru.
I want to say that local structure that we are creating, it's
Uh,
not permanent. Global structure we can use at internal table as well as external table that we make using AC11, right? But the local structure is only made for internal tables, right? We only can use local structure
I'm
just
not
to.
telling it is only made for internal table. I'm telling it is only there for the same program. How you can use it in lots of things. Let's say while you sending data into function module methods for defining work area. Not it is not only for internal table. First, remove this concept that it is only for internal table. Structure is for lots of things. Internal table is just one use case of it. Okay.
Okay.
Slowly you will realize its importance. Okay. So this is how to create internal table using structure. Now creating internal table using table type. So creating internal table using table type. So again, we will use types keyword, define a table type locally. If you are going for a local table type, you can directly, but we use the structure. So just see the difference. So types, uh, what should I name it? Table type, okay, or table employee type, table of this structure, type table of this structure. Yeah. So now just see the difference. What will be the difference if you are using this table type? This is a table type. Okay, let me write. This is a table type. So when I will go for this, declaring internal table using table data keyword, I will name it LTEMP type and table type. There is no need of type table of keyword anymore. Only type will be okay. Only type will be okay because that is already a table type. So by default, it will become an internal table. Let's go and check it. So execute desktop 3. I will double click on LT employee and I will double click on LT EMP also. Is there any difference between them? Can you see? So multiple ways of doing the same thing. This is also the same internal table. This is also the same internal table, but this is declared using table type. This was declared using a structure. This was declared using a global structure. Table type is also a type of data type. which is used, which is created by using the structure. Now, if you want to create it globally, again you can go to S11. I'll use this already created structure for creating my table type. I will select this data type radio button, and here I will give a name Z table type employee. I will go for create button, table type this time. I will paste the structure here that we have created and table type, sorted description. Just activate it. It's okay. Created. Now you can use this table type in your program also. Go there and define it using now global. So I'll name it ZT. So ZT underscore EMP type global table type. Now let's go and check it in debugging mode. Is there any difference or not? So double click. Okay, desktop 3 LT LTEMP and GTEMP. Is there any difference here?
No, sir.
Only the ways of defining them are different. That's what I'm explaining from our very first session. Hundreds of ways of doing the same thing. It is we who will decide what is our preferred way. So this is how we define our internal tables. Now, is there any question in defining these internal tables?
Right now, not, sir.
Okay, it's perfect. Then work area definition. So work area definition. So just understand the situation. Internal table, whenever you are using the word table, it simply means it can store multiple records. That's why it is a table, right? It doesn't matter whether it is temporary or it is permanent. Work area in ABAP programming, work area in ABAP programming is considered a a data object of type structure only. Type structure only. We can not use table type to create a work area. First thing, since it is also the data object, data keyword will be used to define it. You see it, defining a work area, defining work area, work area. So I will start with data keyword. LS word
Amal,
is used. Yeah.
just to understand the previous table and structure. I mean, if I need to store using my program the data permanently, I
Uh-huh.
have to use the table existing in the SAP system, not internal table. No, I mean, if my program is to store, I don't know, from function module, I receive some data, and I want these data to be updated in my SAP system. You know,
Uh-huh.
I have to use the existing tables created, not an internal table.
Okay.
Because the internal table, if I understand well, it's just temporary,
If
not
you
permanent.
have to modify the existing record of your table, that's why we are
Hmm.
understanding now what is our purpose. So what we will do, because just see, understand the situation. If
Hmm.
everything was possible from SM30, why do I need a program, right? SM30 is not for everything. It is for storing one or two records, three records, let's say four records, max to max 10 records. What about 1000 records? Can you store it? Is it possible for you?
But with the program, I can store automatically what I need. That's why I need the program.
You
If I,
can
I
store
don't have,
it, but how to modify it? Now, if you have to modify it, how will you modify it?
I will
Or if
modify
you
it.
have to only perform let's say read operation, I want to display ALV report. How will I do that without these internal tables? Is
Hmm.
it possible?
But
Yes,
the
it is
LV
also
reports will
possible
be
in
generated.
yeah, it is, there is a way for all these things which will come in ABAP or HANA eventually, but this is the traditional way of developing everything.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay. I always need to create an internal table instead of using the actual tables, the existing
yes,
tables, I mean.
just moments ago we discussed it now. We cannot directly play with these tables, right? That is permanent storage. If there will be loss of data, we will lose our job eventually.
Yes, that's why.
Okay.
Hmm. Okay.
Okay. So defining this work area. So ls keyword is used to define the work area. Ls employee type and your structure. There is no need of type table of keyword because it is not an internal table. It is just a work area. So type structure, either it is local or you can use a GS employee. Totally up to you. Type structure. You can use it WA employee. WA for work area. Type this structure, or you can also use Amrit work area for my name or your name. Type my global structure. Where is it? This one. Copy, paste. So paste it here. Okay. Can you see? No error. Let's activate and check it in debugging mode. How it is different from internal tables now. Desktop 3. I will double click on internal table once. This is internal table. Now let's go for work areas. Just see all these work areas. What is a work area here? It is just a type of structure, right? But it is a data object here. And can you see it is showing all the components where there is no data at this moment because we have not stored any values, right? So this is a work area. It can only store a single record, only the columns. So one row will be there maximum, and whatever data will store. That's why I explained here. We use this work area to process the records of the internal table. One by one, each record will come to work area. We will do the modification and we will save it back to internal table. Or if we have to modify our actual table, we can use that. Right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's perfect. So this is how we can define these work areas and internal table. Eventually, I've never used that much before in any training sessions. So I hope that this concept will be clear definitely, right?
Basically, sir, according to your opinion, what is in all of this defining, like, what is the best example, like
See,
local?
this is what I prefer. This is what I prefer.
So,
This
according to your opinion or your the best experience of your,
no.
so,
See, everywhere we cannot go for local. For example, if we will go for function module or let's say methods in object-oriented concept in global classes, there we will be forced to use the local structure. Sorry, global structure and global table type. You will not have any other option.
okay.
So sometime it is mandatory to use them.
But basically, while creating a report or something like ALV output, it is beneficial or benefit to define this local internal
It
tables.
depends on the requirement. I mostly use, if you are talking about myself, I go use
Yes.
70 to 80% this thing,
Okay.
and
And
only 20% that global part.
and for example, some for the example, if there is around 20 field, you can define 20 field itself.
20 fields.
Yeah.
Okay. One more
Yes.
question from my side. How many
Yes.
of you ever saw any ALV report or any of these things in your career? Anytime?
Yeah, I
I
Well,
have
saw
seen.
the report.
Yeah, you have seen it. Okay. So how many columns you have seen into that report?
Many.
Not like many. It will be like 20, 25
Yeah,
max to max,
20
right? And okay, let's say 20. Was these 20 fields from the same table or different tables,
different tables.
right? So for different tables, we will have to create different structure with 4 or 5 or 6 fields, 6 columns, right?
Okay.
So which one will be a good approach at that time? To create 6 structure different time, go to SE11 or directly create it here.
Directly created here is the best approach, sir.
It will be easy for us to maintain it na, at that time.
Yes,
That's what I'm
because
saying. It's totally upon the developer what they are feeling is beneficial for them.
okay.
Okay.
But I supposed to use basically for that. But is there any or maybe I think in future session you will discuss about is there a final like IT final internal table final?
Name it final internal. Yes, definitely there will be. That final will be, see, just somebody told me that he has sought a LV report of 20 columns, right? So
Okay.
that 20 columns will be finally stored into a final internal table, right? Or
Yeah,
so
yeah.
for that a final structure will be defined and then a final internal table will be created. There we will finally store the last and all the calculated records which will be displayed into the output.
Okay. I got it.
Got the point?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
perfect. Okay, guys. So internal table operations. Internal table operations. So there are variety of internal table operations. Variety of internal table operation using which we can perform various kinds of operations on the internal table. There are variety of internal table operation which we can perform. Using that we can perform lots of operation. First one is your append statement, delete statement, modify. Your loop is also there, which is loop at internal table, read table operation, clear, refresh, collect operation, sort operation. So these are some of the operation. Another one I'm missing, describe. Lots of operations are there. Lots of operations are there which we can use according to the requirement. Append statement. This is used to insert the records at the last of the internal table. Insert the record at the last of the internal table. What do I mean by last here? So for example, if I have got or if I have 10 records, please understand whenever I am telling this word record, I mean rows only. Both of them are just different names of the same thing. So if I have got 10 records and I want to store another record and I am using append statement, it will store the record only at the last of the internal table. It is 11th row because I have got already 10 rows. This is the use case of append statement. This is its definition. Delete statement is used to delete the records of the internal table based on the column or based on index. Everything we will see practically also. Modify operation is used to modify the existing record, the existing records of the internal table. Then loop is used to process the records of the internal table one by one into the work area. Read table operation. Read table returns the first matching record of the internal table. What do I mean by first matching record? There can be a possibility that I might have lots of duplicate records in the internal table. At that situation, if I only want the first matching record, first matching row, this read table will work. Clear is there. Clear is used to clear the records of the internal table and work area both. Refresh is only there for internal table, so refresh is used to clear the records of the internal table, and it cannot be used to clear the records of the work area, because it is its basic definition only for internal tables. Then we have collect operation. So collect statement or collect operation is used to make sum of amount values based upon unique characters. And we have this sort operation. So sort is used to sort the records of the internal table either in ascending order or in descending order. Either in ascending or in descending. Then at last describe. So describe table operation is used to find the number of records only the number. How many rows are there in the internal table? This describe will return in the internal table. All these are operations which are used for different purpose. Internal table. Let's start with any problem, because please mute yourself, or if you have any question, please ask the question. So append statement, this is used to insert the records at the last of the internal table. So I have got this internal table, so let's remove everything one by one. I don't need this. All these things I'll remove. Only internal table and work area I need. This is my normal internal table and work area. In the next session, we will learn how to simply call all the data from the table. At this moment, we will learn how to pass the default values to them, and then we will perform this operation so that we can understand the core flow of data easily. So for example, I want to store, let's say I will take one requirement here. So I will have one requirement. My requirement is one. I want to display the or I want to store few records into the internal table, and then I want to display it to the user. So few records of employee, let's say, and then I want to display it to the user. Okay. So how can I directly store data into the internal table using the default? When we will write the queries, then we'll bring there and we will store them. But when you are directly going for default values, you will have to follow the way of work area. That is why this append statement is there. Append statement is used to insert the record into the internal table. So we will store the records. Just see how it is done. ls employee is your work area. First column is employee ID. I will store my record here. So 101 employee. Then I will go for my employee name. Let's say some name. Then I will go for another employee. Department column. Department will be SAP ABAP. ls employee. Manager column is some manager. ls employee. Salary column, so salary, let's say 200, and ls employee currency column is equal to let's make it US dollar. So these are the 6 columns I have stored into the work area. Now, as what is the definition of work area? It is used to process the records. So you can use loop to pass the records one by one from internal table to work area, or if you want to simply modify the records of the internal table, or if you want to append the records of the internal table, every time this work area is only going to be used. So let's see this append statement in live. So append work area to this internal table. Just understand the situation, what is happening here. I will go for another record so that I can show you in the debugging mode how it is happening and how it is working. So one record, I'll go for another one. I'll go for another one also. Just I will change the names here. So let's make it another user. 300. I'll make it euro. This will be 103. This is another user. And let's make it 400. I will change it to INR. Okay. Now let's go and check. I will put here my debugger at line 26. I will go to execute button and see what is happening here. So desktop 3. First I will double click on work area. Work area. There is no records. It is completely empty. No records here, completely empty. If I check my internal table, LT employee, there is also no record here, completely empty. So now let's see what is happening here. I clicked on F6. Line 26 got executed and 101 will be stored into the ls employee. Let's check the ls employee. Can you see in the column employee ID 101 is now coming, right? Let's go and check same thing. Second, third. So these two would have passed out. Employee name, department, We are at manager, so let's execute this manager currency and let's stop at append. First I will check the work area. So 101 Abhishek, department, manager, salary and currency is stored into their respective columns, right? Now this append statement will work. What is the definition of append? It will store the records at the last of the internal table. How many records are there? No record. So the last record will be first record. So append F6. Now just see. Can you see one record was appended here? One row is available now, right? Double click on LT employee. See this? Are you getting my point? What is happening here? Append operation, what append operation is doing. So let's go for next record. They are the default record which I'm trying to store at the program. Now just see, second was also added. Where was second added? It was added at the last of the internal table, right? So three records has been inserted into the internal table. Also, it is a best programming practice that after the append operation, always clear the work area. This is a best programming practice suggested for every developer. Clear statement. What is the definition of clear statement? Clear is used for clearing both the internal table and work area. You can use this. So I'm clearing the record of my work area here. I will clear here also, and I will clear here also. Okay. Let's see how many records are there. I'll put here breakpoint, activate, execute. I will go for this desktop 3. Double click on LT employee and check now how many records are there. How many records are there? 3.
3 records.
Right? Just click on this blue icon. I have actually increased the font size of this my GUI so that you can easily see it. Lots of students were complaining about the font size. That's why I've increased it. Okay, you see it. 3 records. What was my requirement? My requirement was to simply store the records and then I want to display it, right? How will I display these records? Who is going to tell me? There are 3 records into the internal table. How will I display the records?
Right?
by looping.
By looping. Multiple rows are there here. Write is there to display the output, definitely. But you cannot directly use write statement on the internal table. This is a complex data structure, right? Storing data into internal table. Then I will go for displaying the output. Guys, you can follow this program also. You can open it in your system, but please open it in the display mode. Don't change it, otherwise others will confuse. So displaying the data. So there is another internal table operation for that, which is your loop, which is used to process the records of the internal table one by one into the work area. So what we will do, loop add LT employee into LS employee. One by one, each row will come at each iteration. Start of loop, end of loop. In between, you can perform write operation, you can perform delete operation, you can perform modify operation, any operation that you want. At this moment, I only want to display it. So write LS employee, my column name, is column. So here I can write all the columns one by one. LS employee, employee name, LS employee department, LS employee manager, LS employee salary, ls employee currency. What will happen if I will not put here this slash operator? Just tell me. What will happen if I will not put here the slash operator?
In the single line, it will show all.
Single line, everything will be stored. Can you see this? Is this a proper order? No.
No, sir.
So slash will, after each record, a new line will be added after each iteration, and we will get the records into different line. So this last column was not getting stored, so it has been deviated to the next thing, but everything here is in the same line. See, 3 records. So this is a reference how you are creating here using a local employee structure. This is a reference of same thing. Let's say now we have to do this for VBAK table, for a standard one, so that we can easily understand how we can modify it. So VBAK table, let's go for it. I will use few of its columns, or VBAK is not VBAK. Let's go for MAKT. I think MAKT will be good. It has less columns. Yeah, I will use it's 3 columns here: Matner, Express, and MAKTX. So let's try to repeat the same thing using this standard table. So Z second, or display MAKT, displaying data from the MAKT table. Type executable. I will pass the package. Okay, this request is not mine. Transport request. Yeah, second one. So I will create the structure as usual. So begin of ty MAKT, I will name it any name that has some meaningful description so that anybody can understand. I will go for the columns that I want. So Matner, material number, type its data element. This is Matner. Again, data element name is same, so I am using it. SPRAS, language key, type its data element, and then third column will be MAKTX, material description, type its data element, MAKTX. So these 3 columns I want to use. So end of ty underscore MAKT. I will go for creation of internal table and work area. So LT MAKT, type table of ty underscore MAKT. I will declare the work area ls MAKT, type ty underscore MAKT. Okay. Now let's store the values. So ls MAKT, first is Matner, material number. Let's pass any default number. For example, 1000. Ls MAKT language key SPRAS. So I will pass English E. Then ls MAKT, MAKTX, material description. I will say material 1, and I will append it. So append ls MAKT to LT MAKT, and I will clear the work area. This is one record. Let's add multiple records using that. Same do. Fourth one also this time. So I'll make it this one 2000. This will become material 2. This will become 3000. This will become material 3. This will become 4000, and this will become material 4. Then again loop and display. So loop at LT MAKT into ls MAKT and loop. Write statement ls MAKT Matner, ls MAKT SPRAS, ls MAKT MAKTX. They are just German namespaces, which is not much preferable for us. That's why I always start with the employee things, which we can relate it easily. Now let's go and check, is there any error or not? No error, got activated. and we are getting these outputs: material, language, and description, right? Are you able to understand how this flow of data is happening here? How these three internal table operations we have implemented?
Hello.
Clear? Yeah.
Sir, can you repeat it again? Actually, my having an internet issue, so I cannot able to see the screen for a few seconds.
No. Just I have used the same approach here.
Okay.
Stores the ready record and displayed it, which we have seen in employee.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay. So are you all able to understand how the flow of records is happening here? Passing the data, appending it, or is there any queries in this three operation: append, loop, and refresh? Sorry, clear, or how to declare these things?
Sir, in write operation, sorry, in loop operation, rather than write operation, what we can write to
You
declare?
can go for modify, you can go for
Okay.
delete, you can go for clear, any operation.
Sir, I have a query. If I make a report for multiple fields, so
uh,
in loop operation, we can write like final and work area together.
Final will come. Just wait for some time, don't go for that
Okay,
part.
okay,
First
okay,
understand these things. Okay,
okay, sir.
next week final will be there. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so how many types of internal table operations are there? Also, we took two requirements. One was for displaying our employee data by storing the default values, and the second one is to display the material master data from the Mara and MKT table, so that we can see if even if it is a standard table or custom table, all of them are implemented in the same manner, and we can use them in the projects according to the requirement of the client. So this was our first requirement where we created this employee table, this employee report, and we use this structure from our employee table to add few data and simply display it. Now we were discussing about this internal table operation, and we have seen what is the use of append statement, we have seen the use of loop statement, and we also have saw the use of this clear statement. Now we will move on to the another one, which is delete statement. It is used to delete the records of the internal table based on the columns or based on the index. Now, so there are two ways to perform the delete operation. There are two ways to perform the delete operation. First one is delete based on the where condition, and the second one is delete based on the index. Two ways are there, based on where condition and based on the index. Let's go and find it out. So I will see how we can perform here delete operation. Delete based on where condition. So at this moment we have got three records in our internal table. If I check the output, I will find out the same stuff. Three records are there. Now I want to delete one record here. So delete your internal table name, where condition, and you can pass anything in the where condition. Just suppose if I'm passing the manager here, what will happen? So where manager is equal to Amritraj. Now tell me what is going to happen here. How many records will be deleted? All the records where the manager is Amrit Raj, right? So if I check all these records, what I'm going to find out that on all these three records we have got the same manager. So it will delete all the records. Let's go and find it out. I will put the debugger and I will go to execute button. So desktop 3. Here at this moment we have got internal table with 3 rows, and as soon as I will click on F6, I am getting only empty record here. All the three rows has been deleted. So this is the implementation of where condition, that is based on a particular column you can delete the records using this delete statement. Now I will simply remove it with employee ID is equal to 102. Okay, let's activate it and check it. See, 102 has been deleted. Only 101 and 103 are there. Also, did we have seen that part or not? Internal table loop chain. Okay, we have not seen that thing. No issue. We will see that. Yeah. So this is delete based on the internal table. Sorry, based on the where condition. Second way is delete based on the index. What is the index here? Index specifies the row number. Specifies the row number where the data is stored. This is specified the index. So you can directly pass the row number and you can find out, you can directly delete the particular row here. So delete your internal table where, sorry, not where, this will be index, and you can pass the index, any index that you want. So third row will be deleted now and we will get only 101 and 102, the state. Only 101 and 102. 103 has been deleted, right? If I will pass here 1, it will delete the first record and the rest 2 will be available. It will delete the first record and the rest 2 will be available. So these are the two forms of your delete operation, based on the where condition and based on the index. So what I can write here, delete statement is used to delete the records. This is the keyword which we use to delete the records of the internal table. Then we have got this modify operation. So it is used to modify the existing records of the internal table. So here again we will take a requirement to understand this requirement. And what this requirement is saying, I want to change the manager of all these employees. Let's say I want to change the manager of all these employees. Now what I will do, I know all the records are there in the internal table, right? All these records are there in the internal table. All of them are there in the LT employee. So how will I do the modification? Anyone can tell me?
You can like apart from
Yeah.
modify, you are saying.
Yeah. I want to modify the existing records. These are the
You
only
can
three
loop it.
records, but yeah, that is a good answer. So just understand the situation. We have got only three records, right? But as a developer, we cannot predict how many records will be there in the internal table, because based on the query, we will be getting the records at the runtime. So at that time, it is really difficult for us to directly tell how many records are going to be there. So only way to understand this and make the modification will be if we are applying the loop. So loop at your internal table into work area, right, and loop at internal table into work area, and inside that now you can apply a if condition by checking that if your ls employee and the manager is equal to Amrit, then and only then I want to do the modification. Otherwise there is no need to do any changes. So I will simply change the value. So ls employee, this manager, let's say I'm writing here xyz. Now will the changes be reflected in the output or not?
No,
Why?
because see, like how we are pushing the data from the work area to internal table. Lastly, we need to do
Mhm.
the append, right? But here we are not doing the
Yes.
append. We are storing the internal table data into a work area. So
No,
changing
no,
in the
no.
work,
I'm
it
not
is changing in
storing
the
it. I'm just passing it one by one.
yeah, passing it also, but you don't store in an internal table.
Yes, yes. So will this be available or not?
Work area it will be available, but internal table it won't be.
Anyone else? Will it be available in the internal table or not? What is going to happen here? Will I get the correct result or not? No, I'm not getting it. The reason is pretty simple. Whatever, because you have explained it, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So whatever Vikas told was definitely correct. All the records are there in the internal table, right? We are looping it and one by one we are bringing it into the work area. And here what I am doing this modification inside the work area. But that modification will not be reflected into the internal table. Why it will not be reflected into the internal table? Because both of them are different data objects. Both of them are different data objects. They have their own separate memory and they are storing the data at different places. So if you want to see the changes, if you want to see the changes into the internal table also, here you will use the modify statement, modify operation, your internal table from your work area. Modify your internal table from your work area. Activate it and check it. See, everything has been changed, right? Everything has been changed. You can check it in the debugging mode also. Just put a debugger here and go and check. I will go to desktop 3 here. At this moment, if I will check my internal table, I have got 3 records and all of them, the manager is Amrit Raj only. Now what I will do, I will go for this first iteration. So we are going inside the loop. This is the work area of the manager will be modified here. Let's go and check. Here the value has been changed to manager. Now this modify operation will work and it will simply modify the first row of this internal table. Just press F6 and now go and check the internal table. See here, the manager has been changed to XYZ, which was earlier Amrit Raj. So one by one, for each iteration, this modification will be done, and finally we will get all the records into this LT employee internal table. And then we will be able to simply display it. Right? We will be simply able to display it. This is your modify operation. The job of modify operation is to modify the records. Modify the
Uh,
records.
Hello, sir. Rajat this
Yeah,
side.
yeah, Rajat.
I want to know one thing. Why we use loop for modify operation? So can you explain again?
Yeah, wait. Just let me write it here. Suppose we have got 1000 records in the internal table. Okay, 1000
Okay,
rows
sir.
in the internal table. Now tell me, if I have to modify a particular column of each row, how will you do that? Is that possible for us to directly modify the internal table for all these 1000 records?
No, sir.
Right, it is not possible. We need
No,
a
no.
particular row where we can make the changes, and the easiest way so that we can understand also as a developer what is actually happening behind the scene.
Okay.
What we will do, one by one we will bring in the work area, and we will do the modification and commit the changes back to the internal table. Right,
Okay.
the approach must be clear, what and why, then and only then you should go for the operation. Do not directly check for the answer. First, try to understand what is your requirement and what is your logic is demanding.
Okay. But sir, if I want something that can you go on the syntax screen? And
Yeah.
I'm basically on the syntax screen. So that's why if I want to change only for the two of the you have three records. So I want to change only two of the records, none of the three records. So it is possible.
Yes, definitely it is possible. According to the if condition, you can give it. Just see this. I can just make these changes. Instead of this, what I can do is if ls employee emp id is equal to 101 and ls employee
One,
emp
102.
id is equal to 102, the notification will be done accordingly.
Okay. Basically
See
on the
this.
two of
Oh,
only
sorry.
two.
What is going on here? Wait a second. Employee ID is 101, then I'm changing it. Why this modification is not dating? Let's put a debugger, execute. Oh,
Or
sorry.
it has to be
I've
or.
given their end. Sorry.
It's
It should be or.
uh
Now the first two changes will be there.
okay. Okay. So basically, if we want, if we suppose, for example, we have five records, or we have to change within a three, so we can use this
No,
syntax
no, no, no,
to.
no. First, you will have to create a logic. What is the condition you are giving? Here, I know I have only need for these two, so I directly given the default values. But at that time, you will have to find out your own logic. It is completely based on the runtime, and this will only come via practice. This is not something you can memorize from some place.
Okay, okay,
Practicing the same stuff again and again with different requirement will definitely help you in this scenario. Okay,
okay, sir.
that's good. Then we have got this read table operation. So read tables always returns the first matching record of the internal table. Just understand it. Suppose I have hundreds of duplicate records in the internal table, and I just need only one of them. Only one of them. So which record we should try to find and why? Tell me. If I have got hundreds of duplicate records and I just need one of them, so which one I should directly go and find it out and why? Can take example. Just say 101, 101, 101, 101, 101, 101, 101. This much duplicate records I have. I just need one of them. So which one will be easier for me to find out? Definitely the first one, right? And the first one, the time taking, the cost of finding the first one is also less because on directly the first step I got that, right? Are you all getting my point?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So in that scenario, the always thing is we should always go for the first record, right? So read statement is very beneficial. Read statement is one of the highly used ABAP statement in the program. Highly used ABAP statement inside the loop. So one more best programming practice, you should never use the select query or select query inside the loop or loop within a loop because it will exponentially increase the cost of operation and decrease the performance. Instead, it is always recommended to use the read statement inside the internal table. Slowly you will understand this particular statement. Don't focus on this at this moment, but I have written it because after some time, whenever you will watch this recording, it will help you at this moment at why I have written this. So what read statement is doing, it returns the first matching record of the internal table. So whenever we are going for loop and we are just looking for one particular record, we can directly go for this read table operation. Just understand this. Let's say I want to display my 103 record, right? I want to display my 103 or 101 record. I will store one more record here with 101 so that I can explain you the difference. One more 101 here. I will change this name. What is the first record? Abhishek Yadav. Okay. I will name this Abhishek only. And the rest everything is 200 USD. Okay. So 200 and USD. I'll activate. Let's comment this modify. And check it. We are getting all the records 101 to 101. Now just understand the situation. I only need one record, which is 101. I just want to find that 101 record. So which one will be beneficial for us? Should I go for this one or should I go for this one? Definitely the first one, right? Definitely the first one. Whenever we store something in our Almira, which is the easiest one to for us to find out, the one which is stored at the top, right? It is easy for us to directly take it and wear the cloth. Same stuff is here. Read operation is, if you need only one record, then you can directly go for read operation instead of writing all these things. So loop will here sometime. Let's understand the situation. One more use case for this read table. Suppose I have got 100 rows in the internal table, and I just want to display only one of them. Just want to display only one of them. So at that time, this loop is definitely not a good approach because 100 times it is going to execute and it will slow down the performance of your ABAP application. So instead of that, what you can do, you can directly write a read operation here. So read table LT employee into ls employee with key, and you can pass the column on which you want to filter out the records. So for example, 101. So if I just read one, if I just need one record, why should I go for the loop? Because this is going to execute for this one also, it is going to execute 4 times. It is going to execute 4 times. So it is completely useless if I only need one record. So in that situation, it is beneficial for us to directly go for this read table instead of this loop. Just check. It will be able to bring out the one record and you will be getting it. Right? Which record it is finding out? Fourth one or first one? First one, right? It is returning you the very first record. This one.
Sir, can you explain one more again? Actually, I cannot understand.
What you are not understanding in this thing? Read table returns you the first matching record. That's all.
No, you have mentioned read table, internal table into work area with key. So you have mentioned particular key, but in this record you have multiple two. So how they can find the first one?
Based on this column, it will find out the first record.
But previously you have same employee ID with 101 of two records I have seen your
Yes,
data.
I have 101. You see now, for what is the first record here? Just see this again. This one is your first record,
Okay.
second, third, and the fourth one is also 101, right? So we have
Yeah.
got four
Yeah.
records here. What this read
Yes.
operation is doing, it is returning you the first matching record,
Okay. Okay. Okay.
right? Are you getting
But
my point?
yeah, actually, but
Yes. Yes.
uh, correct me if I am wrong. Like for read operation to execute, to actually match the duplicate value, it will have to iterate the whole program, because in the first record we can't determine it is a duplicate value or not. We have to iterate through the program. Am I right?
Not iterate to the program. It will check your internal table. Just understand this. This read table operation, okay. Okay, let me clarify this. What read is doing. So read is basically working on the searching concept of data structures. How many types of searching are there?
Linear
There are
search, binary search.
two types of search supported by ABAP program. First one is your linear search. Second one is your binary search, linear and binary. So in linear search, we are searching the records one by one. The records one by one. That is, just take this example. If I've got 1, 2, 4, 3, 5, 8, 7, 6, 9, 8, 10. If I have to find out, let's say, this ninth record, so I don't know where it is, I will go for first, second, third, fourth, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then I got my record, right? So here the time complexity is order of n. Order of n means that if you are looking for the nth record, it will take you n time to directly reach that particular record. This is your linear search concept. Then you have got this binary search. Guys, read is just here is searching concept with two ways, linear and binary. So what binary search states, for there is a prerequisite. The prerequisite for binary search is for binary search is that your internal table should be sorted based on a key or column. Same stuff for implementing binary search in data structures. We used to sort our array. Do you all remember? Sort our array, then and only then we can implement the binary search. Data must be sorted like this one. If data is like this one, either in ascending or descending, then and only then we can implement the binary search. So what binary search does here? Binary search divides search divides the records into two halves. That For these 12 records, it will divide it into 6 and this one into separate part and this one into separate part. Then it will start comparing the middle element. So let's say this 7 is the middle element. So it will start comparing with the middle element. Whatever, let's say I'm finding this 10th record. So this 10th record is after the middle element. So it will left this all thing and it will go for the second array. Then it will start compare, divide it again into 2 times. So 10 will come. So 10 is equal to 10. You got your final result. So instead of going for 10 iteration here, you got your records in 2 times directly. That is why binary search is more effective. But here you will not have to implement all these logics. By default, SAP is implementing in the backend. You are just writing a statement. You are just writing a statement in the ABAP program here. So binary search is more effective and its time complexity is order of log n. You can just check it. Order of n and order of log n. This is 100,000 times better than this one. Are you getting my point? What is read operation here?
Yeah.
So in SAP ABAP, read operation is implemented in 2 forms. First one is using key and second one is using index. So this using keys, you can implement the linear search and binary search. Binary search and this index only linear search, because it is going to be search your record one by one linearly based on the index, based on your index. Same thing you can try it here also. Same thing you can try. So I'll just copy this record. And let's say I'm going for this thing. Instead of key, I'm going for index now. Index 2, second row I'm getting. Activate and check. See, it is returning me the record. So here why I explained this linear and binary search. I am not going to directly implement it. It will be implemented by SAP internally. We are just utilizing the feature of this linear search and binary search which we learn in data structures. So if you want to go for binary search, you can use that part also. But the primary condition is your internal table must be sorted. So here what we will do, we will sort our internal table. So sort LT employee by the same column which you are using here. So by EMP ID, ascending if you are going for ascending, or if you are going for descending order, you can write it descending here. So ascending. Now you can simply write here binary search. That's all. Binary search will be implemented. You are not going to write any extra coding for that. Internally SAP will implement, but this is 100 and 1000 times more better than your linear search. Just check it. We will get the records. As a developer, we will not realize the use case of it. But internally, when you have, let's say, 1000, 1 million records in the internal table, at that particular time, the performance is very, very important. So that time, binary search is very, very mandatory. Are you all getting my point? What I am trying to explain here?
Yeah.
Any question on this? Why so much silence? This is just a read table, one searching record. You are just searching some
Yeah.
record in the internal
Yeah.
table. This is easy, right?
Yeah, understood.
Rajat, are you
Yes, sir.
there?
Clear.
You got that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's perfect. Then we have this describe also. So what describe is saying, it find out the number of records stored in the internal table. It returns you the number of records stored in your internal table, a number. So let's just find it. I will comment it, and now I will define one variable here. So data lv number, type integer, and I will use the describe. So describe table your lt employee, and lines keyword is used here, and then you can store your number of records into this internal table, into this variable lv number. It will return you the number of records available in the internal table, and it will store you into this variable. Now you can check. So write operation lv number, wait it and check it. See, we are getting the record 4, right? We are getting the record 4 here. Okay. Any question in this topic, internal table operations?
Sir, can you let me know for which, basically, for which type of requirement the describe has been used?
Describe.
According, yes, yes, yes.
Array, just
According to
understand.
which
Yes, yes,
scenario, like,
yes. I'm just explaining. For example, let's say, okay, let me say. For example, I don't know how many records are there in the internal table. And I have to run a do loop for the same number of time. This is just a hypothetical situation that I'm creating. Okay. So it can be possible, right? It totally depends on whenever we are getting the requirement at that time, how the condition are going on. We are there to decide that. So I don't know how many records are there in the internal table, and I have to run a do loop for the same number of time. Then at that time, what I can do? I can directly just get this into LV number and do LV number times. I can write it here and do, right? Sorry, and do. See, then it will help me to run this loop, because there is some statement which I want to execute. Let's say I want to execute this statement. Hello Amrit. See, the same number of time it will execute hello Amrit. Okay.
okay, sir.
Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Basically,
Yeah.
that's do
It's not
is
only
the
about a do loop or anything else. It's about
okay.
how you are going to use it. SAP is not recommending you to use this describe or something else. They have given bunch of statement, thousands and millions of statement,
Okay.
and they have given some use case. You can use it according to your requirement. Now just understand
Oh,
it. Now we have got if also, you have got case also, you have got do also, you have got this loop at internal table while also. Why everything? You can use it in accordingly your requirement, right? I'm saying
okay.
don't use this loop at internal table, only go for while. It's totally up to you, right?
Okay.
Okay, that's perfect. So this is our internal table operations, right? This is what we see in the internal table, what we can do, and we can modify the things. Now let's start taking the input from the user, and bringing the data from the database, so taking input from the user. So selection screen is the screen on which the user passes the input to the ABAP application. Selection screen. This selection screen is also known as input screen. In SAP system, we call it selection screen. You can call it input screen based on your choice, but it is better to call it selection screen only because this is a standard namespace given by SAP. Now, the default screen number for the selection screen is 1000. The default screen number for the selection screen is 1000. We will see that part also. So for every SAP ABAP program, we have got two types of screens. One is your selection screen, which is used to take input, and another one is your output screen to display the output to the user. Selection screen and output screen. Till now we were just using the output screen. Whatever data you are getting, this is your output screen. This screen is known as the output screen, which is displaying your output. Selection screen is used to take input from the user. Selection screen is not mandatory. If you will use the input parameters, if you will use or if you will call, then and only then will appear. How does this selection screen appears? It appears automatically when we are using the parameters and the select options. These are the two input things which is used to take input from the user. Parameters and select option. Parameters and select options. Parameters and select option. Perfect. So what is a parameter here? Parameter, and the second one is your select option. Very important difference is there in between them. Can anyone explain me what is this select option?
Basically, sir, select option has a multiple range while entering the user through the
Multiple
user.
range. Okay, what is
Sorry.
multiple range?
Basically, from to the option in select options.
Okay,
From to
so is this a work area or an internal table or something else?
Basically, sir, it's a internal table.
It's an internal table. Okay, what kind of internal table you are going to call it? Think on that. Very important question. Lots of people are always confused in this word. So parameters is used to take single input from the user, and select option is used to take input in form of range from the user. For example, 100 to 200. This is a range value from 100 to 200. It will take this
Yes,
thing.
sir.
Then parameters keyword is used to define a parameter. Parameters keyword is used to define a parameter. Select options keyword is used to define a select option. This hyphen is mandatory. Select hyphen options. Okay. Now let's see that parameter part. So I created one sum of two numbers program, if I remember. Let me check that part. Sum of. Okay, let me check that. Change. Oh, that is something else. Okay, no problem. Parameters. Now it is a recommendation, or it is a better practice. Use the P keyword before defining the parameter. The maximum length of a parameter can be 8 characters. This also, you cannot go for more than 8 characters. Let's see that. So P, for example, I'm writing here number 1. If I count it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Perfect. So type integer. Let's see the syntax error here. The parameter P number 1 here can be up to 8 characters only. You cannot go for greater than 8 characters. Now this is good. P num1. Then I'll define one more parameter here. So P underscore num2. Type integer here. Activate it. Now if you go for execute button, by default this selection screen will appear. This is your selection screen. You can go and check system status. Check the screen number. What is the screen number here? 1000. 1000 is the default screen number of your selection screen. 1000. Always, for all the selection screen, this will be the only screen number appear. Now here again P num1 is coming. This P num1 is the technical name of the data object that you have given. But wait, but my user will not understand this P num1, right? We will have to give a meaningful name on the application. So here we have got again go to text element, and you can give a field label from the selection text. You can give here field label. You can write here number 1, so that you can user can understand what this means also. Activate it. Go back and check now. Number 1 and number 2. This is the same stuff that you have given for the data element, which we are seeing it from SM30. Whatever name we are giving from data element, same thing we get as the heading of our each column from SM30. Similar to that, in the ABAP program, we have to give them from go to text element and selection text. You can also give field label for the fields of your ABAP program, right? So these are the two parameters which we are getting in the input. Now here I will define my output. So LV output, type integer. Then I will go, so input we are taking, let's name it input. Defining is always on the top. So I'll define it here. And this will become our input part now. Input. This will become your processing logic. Here we are going to write here LV output is equal to P num1 plus P num2. And finally the output part I will display the output statement. So the sum of two numbers is equal to your LV output. The approach. Now we are taking input from the user. Earlier we were passing the default input, but now we are directly taking input from the user. And whatever input we will pass, accordingly we will get the result. So 100, 200, I will get the result as 300, right? 400, 200, I will get the result as 600. Parameter, single input from the user. This is just a variable, empty input field. You can check it. I'll put here debugger and I'll go and check. I'll passing here input 3, 2, click on execute button, this one. Now you'll go to debugging mode. Now you can check it. What is the value you are taking input? Pnum1. This is the input user is passing. Pnum2, 200 is the input user is passing. I'll go for F6. This line 17 has been executed. See the value 3 plus 2 is 5. 500 we are getting, and we will get it in the output also. Right? We will get it in the output also. Okay. Now there are variety of forms of this parameter. There are variety of forms of this parameter. First one, we can use default keyword to pass the default value for this parameter. Can use default keyword to pass the default value for this parameter. So suppose you want to pass some default value directly from the program, you can use here default keyword. Default, let's say I'm naming it 20 and this one default 10. Now these two values will appear on the selection screen automatically. You can check 20 and 10. Right? They will come there automatically using this default keyword. Now let's say I'm not passing any value here. I'm going for execute. I'm clicking on this execute button. I'm getting the output here. Sum of two numbers is equal to 0, because which is the default value of an integer. 0 plus 0 will be 0 here only. So sometime it can be possible. So if, let's say, if we want to make a field mandatory for the user input, that user must pass some value into that, then you can use the obligatory keyword. You can use to make that particular field as mandatory. Obligatory keyword. Here at this moment you can see we are able to directly go outside of the selection screen without passing any input. But if we want to make this field as mandatory, we can use here obligatory keyword. Just check what will happen now. Let's say I'm not passing any value. I'll click on execute. Make an entry in mandatory field number 1. Okay, so let's say I've entered some value in 20. Now I am not entering any value in number 2. I will go for execute again. Make an entry in mandatory field number 2. Can you see this? System will by default force me to enter some value. Otherwise, I will not be able to go outside of the system. Right?
Yes, sir.
So it is really crucial for us. Okay. Then lots of other use cases are also there. We can create radio button. radio buttons using this parameter keyword. Using this parameter keyword, and use radio. We can create radio buttons to using this parameter keyword, radio button. So parameters p underscore r1, radio button 1. Basically, again we have to write it within 8 characters. So you can write it like this way also, p radio 1. Type C radio button group, and you need to pass here one group name, any group name. Any group name you can choose by yourself, but all these groups must be same, because in the radio buttons we can directly select one and one at a time. You can see R1, PR3, radio button 3, type C radio button group R1, and P radio button 4, type C radio button group R1. This one group is mandatory. The group must be same, because radio buttons is only declared to select only one at a time, either one of them, either one of them, either one of them. I'm changing it to R2. What will happen now? Nothing will happen, but 2 will be there now. Just see what is going to happen there. 2 options are there, which is completely meaningless for us now. Radio buttons should only be selected once. That's why only one group is mandatory. You can pass any group name. So I am giving here group 1. Now again, it is better I should define a field label for my user. Otherwise, user will not understand what is this P rad1, rad2. So here I will go for this go to text element, selection text, and I will give here a meaningful name. So for example, add, subtract, multiply, and division. I will go for activation. And here I can easily now create a calculator program because of this. You can select any one of them and you can implement the logic. So just see this, how things are getting changed here. So I can now go for case state operation here. Case, let's say, what should I write? Or better, if only. So if P radio button is equal to true. One more thing here. Where should I write it here? In SAP system, in SAP ABAP programming, true is represented by X and false is represented by empty string. Or you can write here ABAP underscore true also, and here you can write ABAP underscore false also. True and false are represented here like this format. You will have to write X, or you can also write this system variable ABAP underscore true, or you can go for this empty string for false, otherwise for ABAP underscore false. So here I have to create this calculator program. So I will check if P radio button 1 is equal to true. So X. I can go for this sum operation. Otherwise I can write it here, else if P underscore radio button 2 is equal to true, I can go for subtraction here. So this will be changed to subtraction. Else if I can go for the third one, P radio button 3 is equal to true. This time it will become multiplication. Star is used here for multiplication. Otherwise, final one, else if P radio button 4 is equal to true, I can go for the fourth one, which is division. You can write here slash operator. And if create a printer. Now just check it. Sum. This is sum. This is subtraction. This is multiplication. And this is the final one, which is division. Right? Now just check it, how things are getting here. I will activate this program. I will start putting a debugger on this first one. Let's go and check it. I will go for execute. I have selected automatic add is selected. So let's pass the value 20. I will pass here 10 and I will go for execute button. Add, execute. We are in debugging mode. We are in debugging mode. So here check P radio button is equal to true. The value is true, right? This one was selected, its value is coming true. Otherwise, all these values will be false. You can see here empty is there. Empty is there for radio 3 also. And empty is there for radio 4 also. Right? Now this statement will be executed. So I'll go inside this. LV output we will get. And this operation will be executed. So if you will click on continue, the sum of two numbers is 30. Wait. Oh, the subtraction here I should write subtraction. Here multiplication, and here I should write division. That's fine. Division. I will activate the program. So now let's check it again. Go for execute. This time I'll go for subtraction 2010. Execute it. Now check the same value. P radio button 1. It is empty now. This one is true now. P radio button true is true. So we will go for this line 28 and we will go inside it. What is the value of LV output? At this moment it is empty. So 20 minus 10, it will become 10. We will get 10 here and we will get it in the output also. The subtraction of two number is 10. Same thing, now you can go for multiply also. Next up 3. Now this time P radio button 3 will be true. Click on F6, go inside 3 and check the output. 20 to 10 is 200. Now you will get here 2 only. Execute and click on continue. 2 only. 20 by 10 is 2. This is the division. How easily we created this calculator program, right? By using the concept of this radio button. Any question here?
Actually, could you please show me the output again?
Output?
Yeah, output of this program.
What do you want to check here?
Yeah, here by default add is
This is
chosen,
not
right?
output. First, this is selection screen.
Selection
Start
screen,
using
yeah.
the word selection screen, okay? Yeah, now tell me.
By default add is selected, right? Or
One will be selected automatically. This is the property of radio button. Also, if you want to that something else would be selected, you can pass here default true. Now this one will be selected instead of the first one. See, subtract is now coming. One should always be there. This is the property of radio button. One should be true. If you will not pass anyone, by default system will understand that the first one should be selected as true. This is a
Okay.
radio button.
And what do you actually, you said like the maximum selection screen in 1000. That means
No,
maximum we
not
can open.
maximum selection screen. I said that the selection screen, the number of the
Okay.
selection screen will always be 1000. Don't use the word maximum.
What is the meaning of this? Means we can open 1000 screens or
No. What I am telling you, don't get that. Everything in SAP, everything, whatever you see is a screen, right? Everything you are seeing, everything
yeah.
is a screen, right? This one is also a screen. If you check it, 500. So SAP has created one default screen for this selection screen, which is 1000. Every time whenever you will open selection screen in any program, this screen will be the one which will open, and its fields will be defined at the runtime automatically. This is not what you are going to modify or do anything. It will be done by SAP ABAP system automatically.
Okay.
Okay. So one more extra property of parameter is we can create checkboxes if we want to select multiple things at once. We can use checkboxes here. So radio button is only to select one at a time. If you want to select something multiple, you can use checkboxes. So parameters for checkbox, I will name chk1 as checkbox. Now you can create as many checkboxes as you want, and you can select them together. Checkbox chk3 as checkbox. Activate it. Check it. See here, checkbox. You can select now multiple at a time. So radio button is to only select one at a time. Checkbox is there for multiple selection. Again, you can give a meaningful name for it. So selection text. I'll name it checkbox 1. Checkbox 2. Checkbox 3. Activate it and check it. Right? All of them now you can write the logic in the same manner that you wrote the logic here for the radio button. True, using the condition true here.
So if you want to show multiple outputs in the selection screen for a reason like two input is there, we can show.
Selection screen is only input, not output on the selection screen. Output
So
will only be on the output
okay.
screen.
Yeah, in output screen we can show multiple outputs via the selection screen. So for input, if we select with the help of checkbox, like for subtraction and multiplication both, so we can check those as subtraction and multiplication, and we can show the output for both in output screen, right?
Yes. You can do that. Okay. Any other question on this parameter word? Single input in different format, in numbers
Sir, can you
format.
show a small example for checkbox also? It's a grateful for us.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. What should I see here? For example,
You have taken a subtraction and multiplication, both the as the checkbox, as Deborah said.
yes, you can do that part also. So, okay, let me just show you. If pchk1 is equals to true, again here you can use this equal to word or you can use this eq word. Both of them are same thing. It's totally up to you. Equal to, and let's say p underscore chk2 is equal to true. and if then let's say I want to display LV output is equal to p num1 p num2. It's just the way how you are implementing. This is the simplest example. When you will have your input based on, let's say, sales document number, purchase document number, there you will have to create your own logic how you are getting that part. So we will move on to that part also, how using these parameters and radio buttons, how we can get the different output. Now just see what is going to happen here. I'll pass some input 20, 10. So the condition is if both of them are true, then and only then we will get the output. 20 plus 10 is 30. But if either we are selecting 3, or let's say I'm removing the first one, you will not get any output. The output screen is not coming even because the right statement is not getting executed, right? So based on different condition, we can develop the logic. At this time, you just need to understand this thing. Slowly, when we will start manipulating the program by our own choice, then it will slowly become clear for everyone. Okay.
Here we can write, sir, first the subtraction program also in the below of the right statement.
Definitely write it anything, any number of things. Everything will be executed. No problem.
Okay, if we write LV
I'm changing
output,
its value. You see it?
yeah.
I'm changing its value to minus. Minus. I'll go for output. I'm changing its value to multiplication now. It will become 30. 200. I'm changing its value to division now. Now all of them will execute. It's totally up to you how you want to execute it. It's not about something. You see it. Execute. 20, 10. I will select these two check boxes and check it. 30, 10, 202.
Okay, all the performance, all the like calculator will be perform on some check boxes.
Yeah, I think this much is sufficient for parameters.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
yeah,
move on to the other one, select option. So it is used to define a select option. First thing, select options keyword is used to define a select option. Second stuff is select option works as both internal table and work area. Very important concept. It works as a both internal table or work area. Or in SAP terminology, it is also known as internal table with header line. You might will hear this word in some complex project implementation. This is also known as internal table with header line. So this is something, the name of the internal table and work area is same. In this concept is same automatically. The name of the internal table, this internal table with header line is obsolete now, which is not used for storing on all these things, but the definition of select option is same. That's why I'm explaining you here. The name of the internal table and work area is same. So for your select option, let's say you have given the name here as S employee ID. So this will be treated as work area. This will become a work area. And if you are writing like this one, S employee ID along with the square brackets, this will become internal table. This is what you are going to find out in the debugging mode also. So one more stuff for defining select option, a select option, we define a variable for that data type, and then we use that variable to define our select option. This is how it is defined. Approach will always be same. You can just use it for anything. Let's see that part. So select options, or better I should write it selection screen. Selection screen, executable, package, no, not this one. This one. So for example, let's say I want to define for my employee ID. So I'll go for my employee table first. And here I will go for my employee table. I will copy the name of this data element. I will come. I will define one variable here. First approach is define the variable. So local variable employee ID. Type its data element. And then we use this select option keyword. Select options. So as employee ID. In the same manner, what we saw here, that for your parameters, it is a better practice to use the P keyword. Similarly, you can use that. It is a better practice to use S keyword for S word. So I'll write it here. We use the S word before defining the select option. Option. That part as employee ID for LV employee ID. This is your select option. It will appear there in form of a range. I'll just see that part. 100 to 200. Right, 100 to 200. So to understand it, how it is working as both internal table and work area, I will put here a breakpoint and I will go inside it. So execute. I will pass some input 100. Let's say here 500 and go for execute button. Okay. I will go for the broad view on desktop 3 and here I will double click on this as employee ID. Can you see two words here? Two data objects are coming. One is your S employee ID, another is your S employee ID with the brackets. Right? Now, if you will double click on this bracket, you are going to see some components. So this is your work area. Inside this work area, you are going to see 4 columns are there. Sign, option, low and high. Very important word. Components of your select option. Components of the select options. Components of the select options. Okay. So there are 4 components. There are 4 components or columns in the select options. Sign, option, low and high. Sign, option, low and high. Its by default value is I or E, which is include or exclude. Option is relational operator. It is a relational operator whose value you are going to see as EQ for equal to, BT for between, LT for less than, etc. Third one is low and high, which is the low value that you have given from selection screen, and the high range value that you have given from selection screen. High value. Four components you will always find out in the select option: sign, option, low and high. Now just see that part. If you will go back, just see it. The value of sign is I, include. Option is BT. BT stands for between. Then low 100 and 500 that we have sent. And if you check this with the bracket, you can see here this is a standard table. So this is an internal table with one row. Double click on that. The same up value is coming here. But this is an internal table. So your select option works both as internal table and work area, and accordingly with our requirement we use them. So when we will be implementing its logic there, it will be more easy for us. So let me go back to my this selection screen. This one you can also go for multiple selection. Just see that part. For example, I am going for single value. So 300. Sorry, let's make it 201. Here I will select ranges. So range is 100 to 500. Okay, let's make it 400 to 500, or better I should make it 100 to 500. Then this one I want to exclude something. So let's say I want to exclude this for 301 value. Then exclude range, I will make it 304 to 300. Okay, 304 to 310. Now just see what will happen there. Let's go and check. Continue. I'll go for execute. Now check the same internal table, what value we are getting. I will double click. Go inside this. How many rows can you see here? First thing, how many rows are there? 4, right? 4 rows are coming. Why 4 rows are coming? Because we have given 4 different values. First one is I for include, where we are getting the value range between 100 to 500. This one is a single value equal to, where it is. So wait a second. Yeah. This one is a single value here, I equal to, and its value is 201. That is the single value we have just given from the selection screen. Let's go and check the next one. Why it's not coming? Wait a second. Yeah, this one. Third and fourth. This time the value is E for exclude here. What I have just written. Only two values will be there for your sign, either include or exclude. So in the exclude part, we have given the value 301, and in the exclude range part, we have given 304 to 310. You can check it again. Go back and check it from the selection screen what you have given. In the exclude single value, we have given 301, and in the exclude ranges, we have got 304 to 310. This value will be excluded while executing your query. These values will be excluded while executing your query there. So select option is very important. Unlike your parameters, which just take single value, select option is used for range. It works as both internal table and work area, and it has got 4 components: sign, option, low and high. Sign is for sign, that is whether we are taking input, whether we are including that value or excluding that value. Then option is relational operator, its value will be equal to or between. Then low and high is the actual range value that you are sending it. Are you all able to understand this select option?
Sir, I
Actually,
have
I
a
have some
question.
doubts.
Doubt will be cleared only when you are writing logic on select option. At this moment, are you getting the 4 component or not? Tell me this thing.
Yes, sir.
At
Yeah.
this moment, you cannot understand what is the more use cases, because you don't know how to write query yet, right?
Sir, can
Okay.
I ask you a small question?
Definitely.
According to your opinion or according to your experience, that for what major programs or what major reports the select option is used or the parameter is used? According to your experience, that on which type of reports the parameter option is used and the select option is used?
Tell me, what is this thing?
It's a material master, creating a material master screen.
This is a parameter.
Okay.
This is a parameter. This is also a parameter, but here in the backend, one drop-down logic has been added, which you are getting. Check it in the background. System status. This is your program.
Okay.
So this is the program. This is the logic which is getting. But this is a parameter here. But this is implemented with some other concept known as module pool programming, which we will discuss in the
Yeah.
different format.
Yeah,
So it is
yeah.
used. It is being used for taking input now. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You can go to any of the standard things and try to understand it now. What is the major? If there is a screen where we are passing some input, that is either parameter or select option. Only two things are there.
Okay.
Okay.
Basically, is there any standard T code, sir, for select option also?
So here you are learning the way of standard things only. Now you are taking the reference of standard thing, then you are trying to understand how we can develop according to the customer requirement.
Okay.
All the
Okay.
standard things that are there only there for reference.
Okay.
They
Okay.
are
Okay,
they
sir.
are they are a database design created by SAP system, that in this format you can use that. If you want to go to use only those standard ones, you can use that also, or if you want to go for your own development, you can create customer according to your requirement.
Okay. Okay.
Right? Any other question on this part, Vikash or anybody else?
It's clear.
That's clear, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, now move on to our report and writing logic, or better, bringing data from the database. Bringing data from the database. Bringing data from the database. So first thing, what is a report here? So we now all know that reports are the executable program in the SAP system. Programs in the SAP system, which is used to process the data, modify the content, meet the changes, and finally send it to the user as a output. What is our overall purpose? Overall purpose for any application in this world, it doesn't matter whether it is ABAP application or Fiori application or any full stack application. So overall purpose of any application on this planet is to only perform the CRUD operation: create, read, update, and delete. This is the only operation. But where is my data stored? Where is my data stored? Our data is stored into the database only. In our case, it is HANA DB, right? Now we know that whenever we will be bringing data, we will be storing it into our internal table, and we will be able to perform our operation, right? So the language which any database understands is SQL. SQL. SQL stands for Structured Query Language, which is used to interact with the database. This is the bridge between human being and the database. You will have to learn the SQL. Using SQL, you can interact with the database. So there are two types of SQL. Two types of SQL. Two types of SQL are there. First one is your native SQL, and the second one is OpenSQL. Native SQL and OpenSQL. So this native SQL is database dependent. So for every database there will be a separate, they are however related, but there will be different, definitely some difference between them. So for every database there will be a separate native SQL queries which we can directly write on the top of those databases. But this native SQL only works on that particular database only. So if it is HANA, there will be a separate native SQL. If it is MySQL database, there will be a separate SQL query for that. If it is MS SQL, if it is Sybase, so for everyone, if it is Oracle DB, for everyone there will be a native SQL. But what is this OpenSQL? This OpenSQL is database independent. It is database independent. It is supported by every database across the globe. What SAP has done, SAP has integrated this OpenSQL directly into their application layer. So for ABAP application, we will be only writing this OpenSQL queries, as we do not know on what database we might be working. So the best example is for let's say that I have created one ABAP application on my HANA database, and it might be we need to migrate it on some let's say Oracle database. So at that time, if it is a native SQL, it will be completely useless. That application will be completely useless. That's why OpenSQL only. On your application layer, you only go for OpenSQL, right? So let's start with this implementation with requirement 1, and slowly let's start going it in detail. So I will start with this requirement 1 with the same approach. For first, my custom data, display the employee details by taking input from the user via both parameters and select options. Just try to see the difference between them. Employee details, I will use my employee table for that part. And I will display my data as a output to the user. Just see it how things are getting changed now. This is my selector screen. I will create here one parameter also. So parameters, I will name it P employee ID, type data element. I will remove this breakpoint at this moment. Let's activate it. I will also create parameters here. Two radio button here, so that we can give the difference. So P radio button 1, type C radio button group R1, and I will go for the second one, P radio button 2, type C radio button group R1. Okay, on the selection screen. So this is your single input. This is in form of range, and these are the two radio buttons. Okay, I will give them some meaningful name. So go to text element, selection text. Here I will name it employee ID. This one I will name it range for employee ID. Not this one. This will be your select option basically. And this will be display employee using parameter. So using parameter and display employee using select option. Activate it. Let's go back and check whether we are getting it correctly or not. Yeah, perfect. So based on the input, now I will display the data. Okay. So tell me, what will be my approach now? Three parts of the program. Input is already done. Explain me, what is my approach now?
I need to
Taking
write
input
the
is done.
condition, logic, and all.
What?
Now I need to write a logic select query and pass those conditions to fetch the data from that
Second
query.
one, what is the second thing? Selection logic. Right? So either it will be if P radio button 1 is true, then I want to take input based on this where it is parameter and I want to display it. Otherwise, if PR2 is equal to true, that is radio button 2 is equal to true, then I want to take input based on the select option and I want to display to the user. Right? This is my condition. Nah? So based on two radio buttons, let's write it here also, based on two radio buttons, now I want to display it to the user. Now I want to display to the user. Okay. So first one, we will be taking input for this based on this parameter. So what is my first approach? What do I need? I need the internal table and work area definition, right? I need the internal table and work area definition. You all remember that? Internal table and work area definition. What do I need first? I need the structure, right? Do I need the structure or not?
Yeah.
Why we are decoupling it into simplest part to understand it, so that we can understand the flow of how we are going to write a application. We just need to go for that part. So when I told you, if we are talking about internal table, first thing we need is work area, right? Now if I talk first thing I need is this structure. Now if I talk about this application, we have already taken in input from the user. Now we are moving to selection logic. So here we will have to define first this structure, right? So I'll copy its name. You can again create it, write it again also, or you can directly copy it from the previous program. But since you all are learning it for the very first time, I will suggest you for the next 2 months, every time just create your own structure, write it again and again. Practice can only improve your logic part. So I have created this structure. Now I will define the internal table here and work area. So data keyword, LT employee, type table of TY employee, and this LS employee, type TY employee, right? Okay. Declared our internal table and work area. Now for the first one, I will write based on this parameter. So select query. One more stuff here I need to write. Never ever use star in the select query. It is never recommended. Always try to pass the name of the columns. Why I am not using this star, instead I am passing the name of the columns? It is because, let's go and check it. For example, let's say I'm going for this BSEC table. How many columns are there? 452 columns. Do you think this much column we are going to use it at a time? Never. It will never be happening. You might be using at most, let's say 4 or 5 or 10 or 15 columns. So what actually happens is, whenever you use whenever you use star in the select query, it brings all the records, all the columns from the database layer to the application layer, which is completely useless for us. Also, it will affect the efficiency of the SAP application or SAP system. That is why it is never ever recommended to go for star. Instead, we should always pass the name of the columns that we need. It's now totally up to you whether you want to pass it or not. Nobody is going to stop you, but it is never ever recommended. Instead, we can go for the column names one by one. So where is my employee table? Where is my employee table? Employee table. This one. I will go for the columns one by one. Employee ID, I'll copy its name. Select employee ID space, second column employee name, third column department, fourth column manager, fifth column salary, and sixth column currency. Okay, now one more important stuff. The order of these columns should be same as you have defined in this particular structure. Also, the order must be same. That is why it is always recommended to always give the order of the columns in the same format as they are in the tables. Otherwise, let's say you are bringing here employee name and employee ID. So what will happen? You have defined this internal table based on this structure. So instead of employee ID, your employee name will be stored, and in place of your employee name, your employee ID will be stored. So it will completely disturb the flow of data in the internal table, and you might not get the correct result. So it is again always recommended to use the columns in the same format as you have defined in the table and structure. So column name from keyword is used from your table name. So just copy your table name and paste it here. Then into table keyword and your internal table name, LT employee. This is my internal table, LT employee. I am just passing it here. Then where condition, where is my input? So where employee ID is equal to my parameter name, which I am taking input from the user. So parameter name. This is a select query which will communicate with the database. This will communicate with the database. This will return you a record in the internal table. Let's check it. I will activate it. I will put here one debugger. I will go for execute. Here I will pass input, let's say 102. I will go for first one parameter and go for execute. Yes, debugger is hitting. So desktop 3 and double click on LT employee. So at this moment the record is 0, but I will go for F6 and see we are getting one record, one LT employee. Are all these records coming from the database directly? Yes, it is coming from database directly, and it is getting stored into your internal table, right? Okay. Now once you have the data, you can simply just display it. So loop at, okay, I have already written it in the previous program. I'll just copy it and bring it here. This one, loop. Right? Same approach, pretty printer. Now this is, you are bringing the data from the database itself. See it, go for execute, pass here any value, let's say 103, execute it. You are getting 103, 104, execute it. You are getting 104. So whatever data is there in that your direct database table, it is coming now and getting stored in the internal table, and you are able to display it to the user. This is your read operation basically you are doing. Out of CRUD, create, read, update and delete, read operation you are doing. You are getting the records. Now if it is for select option, there is one more variation here. So the select query will be same, no difference here. Only one variation will be there. Instead of equal to, in keyword is used here. In keyword is used here. In for the range, it will be select option. So as employee ID. Let's see here. In keyword is used here instead of equal to, because this is a single value. So equal to compare is comparing here for a fixed value, but this is a range. Select option is a range. So here you are passing the range value. Now you can simply display it in the same format. You see, Control C, and I will paste here the work area. Sorry, looping and displaying the data. Activate it. Okay, let's put a debugger here and check it. Go for execute button. Now here I'll pass one range 1012, let's say 109. I'll go for this select option this time, execute it. Desktop 3. So this time P radio button is not true, it is false. So we will go for the other condition, P radio button 2. Double click, yes, it is true. So F6. Now I will go inside this F6. So this is my internal table LT employee, which is empty at this moment. Now as soon as I will click on F6, see what is happening. We are getting 8 records. Here we are getting 8 records. So you can check your database table also. How many records are there in the internal table? I have got data from 101 to 113. So what I have done, I have given the filter here. The filter was from 101 to 108, and I am getting this 8 records. Now I will click on continue and it will be displayed to the user to see it. So this is range. Based on the range, now you are bringing data from the database. Based on the range, now you are bringing the data from the database, right? Based on the range, you are bringing the data from the database. Okay. Any question on this very basic ABAP program of fetching the data based on parameter and select option?
No, sir.
Okay. So the basic difference is here we can fetch the data via the range. So that's why we are using in keyword. That is the main difference, right?
For range, this is in keyword is used given by SAP.
Yeah.
Whatever we are writing, everything is a recommendation, right? This is a programming language given by SAP system. We are just following it, right? So for your single thing, you will go for equal to, but if you have let's say range data, you will go for this in keyword. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Right? Now there are certain system variables which is very much important for us to understand them as they are highly used. So system variables, I will use one of them. They are standard variables given by SAP system which always contain some system fields and their values, and which we often use them at different places. So there are some system variables. There are lots of system variables which is given by SAP system, and we use them in ABAP program almost on a regular manner. You can check all these system variables, or you can check all these system fields in a standard structure given by SAP system, which is SYST. SYST is a standard structure given by SAP system. You can go inside this and you can check this system variable. Just you need to go and check it. So I will go inside S11. Structure is created from data type. So you can select this data type radio button, pass it here SIST, and you can check it. 171 system. Page number, current list page. Lots of them are there. Accordingly, we use them. Index is there. Column number is there. Page is there. So lots of system variable are there. So out of them, some importance are which we oftenly use, which is your size sub RC, site tabx, datum, site UZDIT, etc. This returns the current time, of the SAP system. And there is one more, SIU name. It returns the username, returns the current username. Site datum is there. It returns the current date of the SAP system. This returns the current line index in loop at internal table. And the size sub RC. So this is a system variable for return code. System variable for the return code. What does it means? So if you are writing any logic, any statement, and you want to check whether that a statement is true or not, or whether that statement is successful or not. Successful or not, then you can go for this size sub RC check. Size sub RC check. If size sub RC equals to 0, the above statement was executed successfully. And if size sub RC is not equal to 0, only two values can be possible, either equal to 0 or not equal to 0. So if it is not equal to 0, the above statement was not executed successfully. Two stuff are there. Just check it. Let's go and check it in the debugging. We will easily understand. Let's say I'm putting here debugger for this select option and go and check it, execute it. I have passed here input 101 to 109. I'll go for the second one, execute it. We are at line 45. Can you see this also? Size sub RC. What is the value here? 0, right? We want to understand whether this statement is getting successfully executed or not. So I will first execute this line 45. I will press F6. Line 45 was executed. This query has been executed. What is the value of size of RC still? 0, right? If it is 0, it simply means it is returning you the correct result. Otherwise, you will not get any output. So we are getting our output now. Now let's see what will happen if we will pass the incorrect result here. So I'll put here debugger again, go for execute. I will pass here some input which is not there in my table. So 200 to 300. Second row, execute. Desktop 3. Now let's see. We are at 45. Size of RC is 0. Now I will click on F6. What is the value of size of RC now? 4, right? Are we getting any records in the internal table now? No, 0. We are not getting any records. So this loop will not execute and we will not get any record. We are not getting any output now. So at that time, this size of RC is very, very helpful for us. So here you can simply write if size sub RC is equal to 0, then we will execute this. Otherwise, there is no need of that. Okay. Very important system variable, highly used. You check any application, you will always find this size of RC. Why we are using it? Because here we are directly checking if the statement is true, then and only then we will go and check for this loop. Otherwise, there is no need to execute it. It will directly check the line 50 whether size of RC is 0 or not. If it is not, it will directly jump to the next one. It will not even go and check it, this loop. So by default, the performance will be more because this loop was not executed, and my system will execute in a more efficient way. And if the data will be there in the internal table, then it will go inside it and we will get the output. Okay. Same thing you can do for this one also. I am only teaching you gold practice, how to develop a application which is industry standard. But mark my words, whatever we are learning, all of these things are old approach. The current approach is only ABAP on HANA, which we will learn on Eclipse in the upcoming days. This whole thing are there from last 30 years. The current market is only about the CDS, AMDPs and all those things. OData Services. But this is the base. Yeah.
This whatever is concept told, right? AMDP, ABAP on HANA, OData and CDS. All four are included, right? In that. Whatever.
Everything is included. Don't worry in that part. This is complete ABAP and ABAP on HANA training. Okay. But first we need to learn this ABC of writing the logic. Okay. Then we will move on to that part also. Right. So we are getting our record. The size of RC is very, very important. You can also just check that another system variable which is which returns you the current line index. It returns the iteration number inside the loop at internal table. You can check that in the debugging also. So here I will put one debugger. Let me just show you. Execute it. I will pass here one input 101, 108, 9, let's say. Second one, execute. Desktop 3. Now just see here. How many records are there in the internal table? 7. Just put here site tab x. Value is 1. So first row, first iteration inside the loop. Then the second one will come second time. So its value will increase to 2. You can check it here. So up to 7 it will go now. 3. Its value will go to 4. 4. You see its value how it is changing. 5, 6, 7th iteration. And now this one after 52 it will go to directly end loop. It will not go inside. See, it will directly come out of the loop. Right? So every system variable has its own use case. Now let's say I also want to display my username, current date and time on directly on the selection screen. So I can create here multiple parameters also like this way. Current date, so p datum, date, type, data element of date is datum I can use, and its default value I will pass here sci datum. You see it here, current date. Let me check the data element for date. I'll go to VBAK S11 VBAK. This has got lots of fields for date, time and user. Yeah, or that I can use this data element. I will paste it here. Then p name for username, type I will use this data element name, and again I will use here default value for system variable, default sy uname, and p time, type, and the time here will be ERZDT, which is time. Default value will be sci uzdit. Index check. Oh, it will be hyphen. Now it's okay. Let's check it. Execute. See these values, they are automatically coming. Current date of my SAP system, username and time. Let's give this name also. So go to text element, selection text, date, username and time. And execute it. Now see this. Is this looking like some good application now, right? A user-friendly application. So we have just learned a very ABC of this ABAP programming, and still we are able to develop a good application. So this is how you usually play with this application. Start taking interest in it, then and only then you can develop your own logic. Right? Everything I have written in detail in the documents. You can follow that and watch these recordings as many times as possible. Definitely it will help you to become a wonderful adapter from the database. We saw a little bit part of our OpenSQL also, right? This is what we have seen. Now the question here is, what if I want to, let's say I want to bring data from multiple tables together. Now this is my query. I want to bring data from multiple tables together. Let's say I am the user or I am the customer, and who is asking to the developer that instead of bringing data from the single table, that we have seen here, I want to bring the data from the multiple tables, right? So for here, bringing data from multiple tables requires one important thing, which is there must be a common column between the two tables, so that using that column we can relate the tables and we can get the data that we are expecting. You can get the data that you are expecting. Now here SAP has given us basically two ways to bring the data from the multiple tables. This is what SAP has given us and which we can use here. The first one is using for all entries, and the second one is joins. You can join the tables based on a particular condition and you will be able to fetch out the multiple records easily. This is the beauty of this thing. Okay, right? So what does for all entries says? For all entries is the old and traditional approach to bring the data from the multiple related tables, and it requires to write a lot of code which unnecessarily increases the length of code and also the complexity of the code, which is not necessary. But this was a more better option before the HANA DB. This was a more better option. Now why this was more better option? So just understand the situation. Let's say when I am bringing the data from the multiple tables and I am hitting them together. If I have to bring the data, I will have to go to them, I will have to hit them. So if we are hitting them together, definitely it will decrease the performance. It will impact the performance of the system. That is why earlier joins were not recommended, but instead most of the peoples prefer to use for all entries as it was more performance friendly. Why it was more performance friendly? Because at a time using for all entries, we will only hit one table. But in case of joins, you are hitting multiple tables together using the query, which is not a good approach. So to understand this for all entries, what we will do here, we will take a very simple requirement. Here, I will take one requirement. Same stuff. Let's say I want to display the material master data. From Mara and MAKT table based on the select option. This is what my requirement is going to be. So two tables are there, Mara and MAKT, and I want to display the data based on the user input given by the user, right? This is what I'm going to do. So as usual, we will follow our steps. What can be our steps? So what could be the approach of the solution? If we are going for all entries, what should be our approach in this particular scenario? So again, we will follow the traditional way of ABAP programming that we have learned in the previous sessions. What it will be? Declare the structure, right? Structures, internal tables, etc. This will be your step 1. Step 2 will be take the input from the user, right? This will be our step 2. Step 3 will be write the query and use for all entries to bring the data from both the tables. Step 3 will be this one. Now you are bringing data from both the tables using different query. So you will have two different internal tables, or it can be multiple different internal tables if there are more than two tables here. So in that situation, there will be a step 4 also. Finally, bind the data and store it into the final internal table. This will be your step 4, and then you will have a step 5 to save the data into the display the data to the user. This will be your final step. Step 5, display the data to the user. Okay. So this will be our approach of the solution for any kind of situation in the for all entries, right? What we will do, we will go to SE38 and we will create a for all entries program. ABAP. Displaying the material master data, right? I will go for type as executable. Here I will pass my package and transport request, right? Now I need to declare the structure. This is my step 1, structures and internal table. I have two different tables, right? And since I have two different tables, what I will need here, I will need two different structures also. So I will go to SE11 first and I will take Mara table. Material number is the primary key here, right? Material number is the primary key which I am going to use. So I will declare the structure for Mara. Okay. Begin of UI Mara. Matner column is there. So Matner. Then material type is there. Material type. Industry sector. Material group is there. Basic unit of measure is there. Similarly, you can have any number of fields here. select any number of fields as you require. I will take only these 5 ones and I will create the structure. Then I will create the structure for MAKT also. So begin of ty underscore MAKT, right? This is what I will do, and I will go for my MAKT table, MAKT. I will open it and I will select these fields from it here, Control Y. I will select the fields, Control C, and I will paste it here, right? Let's pass type, and type. Okay. End of TUI MAKT. Do the code formatting. Two structures are ready. Then we will need the internal table and work area for both of them. So data LT Mara, type table of TUI underscore Mara, ls Mara, type TUI underscore Mara. Then MAKT also, MAKT, type table of TY underscore MAKT, and then work area MAKT, type TY underscore MAKT. So we have got all these two structures and these two internal table and work area, right? This is my step 1. Declare the structure, internal tables, etc. Then we will take the input from the user, right? So we will create here a select option. Data LV Matner is my primary key, so local variable Matner, its data element is also Matner, and I will create the select option. We have seen the select option in the previous session, right? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right, this is how we create it. We will do the creation part. Then we will give a meaningful name for the select option by going to text element and selection text. I will select the DDIC reference. By default, the name will come from the data element itself. Right, this part is done. Second step. Then third step is we need to write the logic. Right? So select query. So for the first table, Mara table, right? I will write it Matner, MBRSH, MTART, Matcal, and basic unit of measure. Okay. From the Mara table into table LT Mara, where material number in S Matner, right? This is the what we have seen in the previous session. Normal select query. Now here the for all entries comes into the picture. From here your for all entries comes into the picture. So for getting the data from the dependent table, which is in our case can be MAKT here, right? We will have to check whether the data is present in the check internal table or not. We'll have to check this. So if data is not available, then it is completely meaningless, right? If there is no data in the Mara table, there cannot be any data officially in the MAKT also. That is why it is one of the best programming practices also to always check the dependency. If the data is in the header, then and only then we will go and find the data in the MAKT item table. So here what you will do, you will go for if LT Mara is not initial. This is a keyword that we use here. Not initial means is not empty. Our data is not empty here in the internal table. Once it is done, we can write the logic for MAKT now using for all entries. So select what are the columns here. These three columns are there: Matter, language key, material description from MAKT table, right, into table. This time it will be LT MAKT for all entries in LT Mara. For all the entries in LT Mara, we want to get the data in the LT MAKT, right? If the data in the LT Mara is only from 1 to 10, we will only try to fetch out the data up to 1 to 10. Rest of the data is not for our case. So here, where material number is equal to LT Mara material number, not LS Mara, LT Mara. This is how you write the logic for all entries. This is how you write the logic for all entries. So at a time, you will only be hitting a single table. At a time, you will only be hitting the single table. So performance will not be much impacted because of it. That is why it is one of the old and traditional approach, right? So we are getting data into two different tables. Let me check. I will put here a breakpoint and I will go into debugging.
Sir, can you just a minute?
Yeah.
Sir, according to first query, it is okay. Then you have write a second query. LT Mara is not initial. That is okay. After that, you have written the second table query. But can you but a dry run for that where Matner is equal to LT Mara Matner? ये basically ऊपर के table से data लेके आएगा नीचे.
No. It is not going to bring the data from the above table. What it will do, let's just understand the situation. Okay. So in my Mara, it can be data from 1 to 100, right? Just understand the situation in the Mara table, not in the internal table here, in the
Okay,
Mara
sir.
table, right? And for this 1 to 100, I will have 1 to 100 data in the MAKT also. Both are related. This
Okay.
is material master and this is material description. Whenever you will create a material, a description must be passed, so it will be stored in MAKT, right?
Yes, sir.
So we have written a logic using this select option, and I just brought the data for 1 to 10. Okay, I just brought the
Okay.
data for 1 to 10. So in
Okay.
the MAKT still 1 to 100 data is there, right? Do I
Yes,
need to
sir.
bring all the records? Definitely not. I just need this
No,
record
no.
from MAKT also.
Yes, sir.
That is why here for all entries in LT Mara. So all those
Okay.
entries
And
which are available in the LT Mara, based on
yes,
this
sir.
material number, only
This
those data I will bring it here.
okay, 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 okay.
Got this?
Okay, okay, sir.
Okay. All right. That's what I wanted to show in the debugging also. So let's go to our debugger. Debugger is always the best friend for any developer. So I will talk to my best friend here. Let's click on execute button. Desktop 3 here. And now just check how things are happening. I will first double click on LT Mara. LT Mara has how many records? 9 records. From this 01 to, let me just take it below, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Up to 20 is there. 42 is also there. 42. Yeah, 42 is the last one, right? Then I will go for desktop 3. Now check your data in the LTMAKT. Here it has got 18 records because this is a line item table. It can have multiple records, but the material number will only be up to 42. You can check it. 10, 11, 40, 41, 42, right? Then 01 to 10. See it? 42 will always be the last. There will be no records greater than 42 here. So dependent data, only data that user want to find out, not the other records. There can be millions of data in the table. Why do I need to bring everyone? Okay. So this is my third step. Now the question here is, I wanted to display both of them. Here I have just taken two different, here I have just taken two different table, but there can be possibility that I can have more tables. Let's say now XYZ 1. Multiple tables can be possible, right? XYZ 2, XYZ 3. Any number of tables can be possible. All of them we will have to write the logic in the same manner. One header, then in this initial condition, one logic, then second logic, then third logic, then fourth logic, right? Table by table you will have to write. That is why it will become so lengthy one by one, right? Now you have the data in the both the internal tables of them. So we will follow the fourth, which is finally bind the data and store into the final internal table so that we can present it to the user. Either it can be in normal classical display or it can be in ALV format. So we will do the binding of data into the final internal table. So final internal table, we will need the structure and internal table declaration. So here we will create a final internal table. Types.
I have a question, sir. One question.
Hmm?
Please scroll up at the second query, select query, sir.
Hmm.
Yes, and you have write a select query of this MAK table. For example, you have another table for the material master. Then you have write another query of select.
Yeah, we will have to write here another query like this way.
So my simple question is that what the last step और मतलब लास्ट स्टेप में सर हम वेयर कंडीशन में क्या यूज करेंगे ls या
Every time
lt
the
सर
common key. No, here it is not a, see, this is not a normal where condition. This is not a normal where condition that we use in parameter or select option like this way. This will be a
okay.
work area, right? This is what you do, work area or the
Okay.
value. But when you are going for all entries, this is the syntax that you must follow. This is the
Okay.
syntax given by SAP system. Here it is not comparing one single record. It is not comparing one single record. It is calling all the matter for the internal table.
Okay. But basically we have to return all every time that where this
Whenever you
and
are
this.
going for all entries, only internal
Okay.
table you will use as a reference.
Okay.
Whenever you are going for all entries, only write internal tables. Okay,
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
clear? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So here we will declare our final one so that I can present the output to the user. So begin of ty final. I will give a final internal structure here first. This final will consist of all the columns which we want to show the user. So matter. Then this matter has been used, so do not use it again. SAP will not take it. I will go for the rest of the two columns. End of ty final. For code formatting, we have got our 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 columns here, right? Then we will need a final internal table declaration. So let's create that part. LT final type table of ty underscore final, and then work area type ty underscore final, right? This is what we will do. We have got our declaration part. Now the question here is, I have data into this internal table, I have data into this internal table, and I want to store data into this final one. How will I do that? This is my question here. How to perform this fourth step? How? Anyone? Two different internal tables are there. How we will store the data into the final one? Anyone here? Please answer this question.
Sir, we can use loop.
How? Can you please suggest?
Sir, we can create one loop and after that we can create a read statement.
And why we will do that?
Basically just to store multiple data.
Not I got that what you want. You know the exact answer. But why we are doing that? That's what I want to know now. Why a loop will be there? Why a read statement will be there? Why we will not use multiple loops here? That's what I want to know.
Multiple loops is we can use, but they can
No, this is
service.
not okay. Okay, so Rahul, can you please answer on this?
No, actually, I'm trying to think, but
Okay, anyone else? Aviram? Yeah, because you are saying something.
Can you give me the question again? Like what?
Because like your voice is lagging a lot.
Okay, okay, sorry. Now is it fine?
Not that much okay, but yeah, I'm able to hear you. Hello. Because are you traveling? Okay, because we cannot hear you, right? Okay, no issue. Yeah, Aviram.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I need to store the data into the final one. Please help me do that.
Is it audible now? Amrit?
Yes, because it is. Yeah, it is audible.
Yeah. So here, what we can do, we can write two for loop. So one will be first check
For loop
inside
is
the
not there in the SAP system, right?
Sir, we will
okay
do.
loop at. Sorry, I'm
Okay.
telling about my JavaScript perspective.
Yes, yes, yes. It happens.
So
Happens
here
me
it will be
with
a
me
two
also.
loop at statement we need to run. So first loop will be our LT Mara. So loop at LT Mara into LS Mara.
Okay. Loop at LT Mara
Mhm.
into LS Mara. Okay.
Yeah. Then then again another loop, and we need to end loop here. Then in
Inside
between
it
the
or outside it? It will be
inside
inside or outside?
inside
Okay.
loop
So
at
loop at
LT. There is another table, right?
yeah,
MAKT into
MKT into
uh,
LSM. It is
MAKT
fine.
end loop. Now
Okay.
here we need to write one condition, I guess. Yeah,
Why do I need to write one condition
because
here?
we need to loop it only if the MATNR is satisfied. If it is matched,
Okay. Like
MATNR
this way?
equals to LT no LS Mara hyphen MATNR.
Yeah.
Then here in
So
between we can
yeah, that much is okay. That much is okay. Thank
yeah.
you. Thank you very much. But guys, you need to understand this. It is never recommended. It is it is never ever recommended to use loop within a loop. Within a
Nested.
loop. Yeah, you can call it nested loop. Definition is nested loop. So why it is not recommended? Because just take a hypothetical situation. Let's say in table 1 I have 5 million records, and in table 2 I have this will be the item. So let's say 1 billion records. Item can have lots of data. Just understand the situation, guys. How many times your loop is going to perform because of this loop within a loop. For each one, this is going to execute how many times? This is going to execute how many times? That is why it is never ever recommended. That's why I never suggest now anyone who is working on HANA database to go for all entries. It is just waste of time. So much logic of code, and also it is impacting the logical performance. Maybe it is not impacting the database performance, but still it is impacting the performance of the application system. So this one, please never ever use it. Yeah, old approach was definitely used. It will definitely give you correct result, because here we just have, let's say, 10 or 15 records, so we will not understand the impact on the performance. But please never ever use it. Instead, what you can do, now you know that your item table has more records, right? And this will have all the records of header also. At least the common key will be there, right? So the suggested approach is always loop at in item table only. Loop at item table, and inside it read the header table. Read the header table. Because you know header in 99.9% cases always have one primary key, right? It always have one primary key. So for each record in the item that you see here, there will be only one record in the header. So we can go for read operation. But if you have multiple primary keys in the header, if you have multiple records in the header, then you will have to use it. You don't have any other option. Then in that situation, if you are going for all entries, then you will have to use this only way. But in 99.99% cases, you will always see the header will have only one primary key. So this will be always your approach. Always loop at item table, and inside it use the read statement. How does what does read do? Read will return the first matching record. And
Yes.
it do not hits the database. Very important. Select queries always hit the database, but read is only performing operation on the internal table. That is why read is always used. Most of the times you will always see only read operation is being used again and again. So same approach we will also go here. Instead of this, loop at. That's why I explained this stuff. Otherwise I do not like to use for all entries now, because with the HANA there is no need of this one. Completely waste of time. So I will loop on the item table, MAKT, and loop. First we will get the data of our MAKT. So ls final, I have the language key. So spras is equal to ls MAKT. I will do the transferring of data here, right? Language key. Then material description will be there. So MAKTX, ls MAKT, MAKTX. Two columns I have just simply transferred. Now rest of the columns are from my Mara table. So Mara is header. I can directly do the read operation on top of it. So read table lt Mara into the work area. So ls Mara with key Matner is equal to ls MAKT hyphen Matner. So we will perform the read operation. We will get the exact value. And after the read operation, it is always suggested to use only size sub RC check. Sub RC check. Yes, Abhiram, what is the use of this size sub RC?
Sir, we cannot use internal table in here. Like
No,
you have
checking
used
the
work
previous
area.
statement is true or false, I guess.
It gives a zero
This
when the program executes successfully, sir. If
this is
it's
the yes, completely correct. So system variable for return code, if the above operation is correct.
Hello,
Yeah.
am I audible, sir?
Yes, Rajat.
Sir, I want to know that why work area use we cannot use internal table here, like ls MAKT Matner.
What you are using here equal to, right? And
Okay.
just think the situation. You will always be processing the data only from the work area only. Here for all entries completely different approach. Like you see there are if you want to understand it easily, you always see there are some exceptions in chemistry, right?
Yes, sir.
So you can treat it as an exception. This is how they have defined it, because this for all entries there is a logic written. That is why it is a keyword, right? There a logic has been implemented inside the system, and it is bringing all the records based on this lt Mara. Read operation, you are just comparing the correct result. This is just a single value,
Okay.
like a parameter. This is just a single value inside the work area, the column value, right?
Okay.
Okay. So this is what you will always be using, only comparing based on the work area. But when you are going for all entries, do one thing, just remember this approach.
Okay,
Whatever
sir.
the common column is there, based on that we will use for all entries.
Okay, okay. Yes, sir.
Clear? Now is it okay?
Yes, sir.
So if the above operation is correct, it will return 0, otherwise non-zero. Mainly you see 1, 4, 8, etc. So why we are going for size RC check? So let's say here I have simply used all those 5 columns to transfer the records, and this size RC got failed. For example, this read statement is not returning any record, right? So in that situation, it is completely worthless to use all those 5 steps. It is just waste of time for our compiler. Definitely we are decreasing the performance because of that. That is why it is always recommended, either whenever even you are going for select query also, either it is better to use the is not initial condition or size RC check, any one of them. Always try to use it for better performance. Your senior will love your code if you are using that. So ls final, now I will simply transfer the records one by one, from ls Mara Matner, and then ls final. After Matner we have mbrsh. So mbrsh, this will be mbrsh. This will be material type mtart, and this will be what it is, material type. After that we have material group, so medical, and then final basic unit of measure, so MEINS and MEINS. Okay, we'll do
Aman,
the transferring. Yeah, Omar.
sorry, can you repeat when we should use the sub-RC?
Yeah, Savarsi.
What? Mm-hmm.
See, I have written this read as statement. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
right. Now let's see. I'm just commenting this one and this one also. Now just see if the data is not coming into this work area. It can be possible, right? If there is no record, for this thing, it will not come into the work area, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in that situation, completely it is useless to execute these 5 lines of code if you are not getting any data into this work area. There will not be any transferring of record. Yes or no?
Sure. Yes.
So we are completely wasting out the time of our compiler while execution of this code in that situation. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That is why this is being used, that if the record we are getting into this work area, then in that situation size of RC value will be 0. So then it is better we can execute this, data will be transferred. Otherwise, why should we execute this code, right? If
Sure.
conditions are always better. That is why here before the say this for all entries, this is mandatory to check it. If there is no record into this internal table, why you are executing this line of code? This line of code will not be executed. Compiler will directly go from 48 to next line. It will not go for 49.
Sure. Yes. Okay. But
Got
when
it?
you recommend to use the sub-RC? After
Always, always. After the read operation, after the select
after
query,
read operation.
everywhere. Yeah,
Okay.
always. Try it.
Okay.
Got it?
Yes, got it.
Once it is done, we will finally append the data into the internal table. So ls final to lt final. And after every append statement, we will use the clear up. So clear ls final. This is your transferring of record. If you have let's say 4 internal tables together, so this is for one. Similarly, you will write one more read statement for the second. Similarly, you will write one more read statement for the second. This is how complex it will become because of this for all entries. Very lengthy approach. A single mistake will cause lots of waste of time here, right? We can check this part also. Let's put a debugger.
One query, Amrit, on this.
Yes,
So, in this case, we loop at LT right?
item
Instead of,
table.
can we
Is
do
better
LT
write it
Mara?
item. Yes, now just see this.
Hmm.
I looped on LT Mara, okay? I looped on LT Mara. But this is header table. I know there is only one record for each primary key, let's say material number,
Hmm.
right? But when I am going for read operation on LT MAKT now, this MAKT have multiple records,
Correct.
right?
Multiple MATNR.
Yeah, no. For each material number, it have got multiple records,
Yeah, correct. Hmm.
right? So read, the problem with the read is it is only returning the first matching record. So
Correct. Hmm.
even if you have four values for the same material number, it will only return you the first one, and only one row will be there in the final internal table. Is that
Hmm.
correct output?
No, it won't be a correct output. Correct.
Right. That's it why it is always suggested to loop only on item table. Okay. Got
Yeah,
that?
this is important point.
SAP is all about data. If the data is not correct, every entire your hard work is completely useless here, right? Okay. Now once it is done, we can display the final step. So loop at LT final into LS final and loop, and I will do the write operation. So write final matter MBR search material type material type, then what it is, medical, and ls final, and you have next is means language key, all these columns activated. Now let's put a debugger on this, and let's first check this loop how it is working. Execute it. I will pass these records. It will return 9 record from the Mara table and 18 record from the item table. So our final approach is we must get in 18 record into this LT final, then and only then our output will be correct, right? So let's check this first. Read operation, yes, size of RC is 0, so this is correct. One record will be appended here. Let's find it out. I will double click on LT final and I will check one record has been appended here. This is for 0 1, right? Now I will again do the looping. So next, yes, next. Let's check it, which record it is. LT final. Now two records. This is 0 2. Can you see every record is coming here, right? One by one. Everything we must check in debugging. If you want to become a wonderful developer, debugger is the only friend that you have here. Then LT final is there. 10. So similarly, one by one, all record will come and we will get all the records. Now just see this. Can you see this? 0 1 and 0 1, right? Because can you see this 0 1 and 0 1, right? But for this 0 1, see the language key, it is German, right? And for this 0 1, it is English. How this is possible? We are getting data from MAKT, right? There we have multiple records. So if I would have used loop on the Mara table, I would have not got these two records, right? I would have only got this first one. Now is it clear? Similarly, you can check for the others also. 10, 10, 11, 11. Yes or no? For this 11, English is there. For this 11, you
Yes,
can
sir.
see German language is there.
So, sir,
Yes.
basically, it's the best practice to use a loop at item level. Item.
No, it is not best practice. It is mandatory.
Okay, 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 okay.
Correct result is the only approach. It is useless if I'm not getting the correct result, whatever logic I've written.
Okay.
Clear? So
Yes,
on
sir.
this, I'm first giving you assignment. What I want you to use is assignment, which one? Then we'll move on to joins part. So, want to, let's make it 5. So, 3 tables, take 3 tables here. BBAK, BBAP and MAKT. Just find the common columns and use for all entries to display the final output. I will just show this part using joins, but you have to use for all entries to display the final output to the user, and also take input in form of select option, option for sales document number, which is your primary key of VBAK table, Veblen. Clear, Rajat?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
perfect. So this is the concept of your for all entries. Now let's move on to my favorite one, joins. Things will be completely sorted out. How many lines of code you have written here? 85, right? Only for these 2 tables. Now we will check how many lines of code we need to write for your this joins approach. So joins are used to fetch, or access data, get the data from the multiple tables using a single select query. Very important definition, single select query here. They are used to fetch the data using a single select query. So with new, or let's say with HANA coming into the picture, we can get up to, or we can get data from up to 20 tables together by using joins. This is how effective your HANA database is. This is how much effective your HANA database is. Okay. This is how much effective your HANA database is. All right, guys, I will take 2 minutes of break, right? And then we will continue from the same place. Hello.
Amrit, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sorry,
yes, sir.
there was an urgent call. So yeah, you were saying something, Rajat. I didn't
Yes,
go.
sir.
You have a
Yes.
common field in VBA, but not a MAKT table. So that is your task. Find a common field and just try to relate them, which you are going to relate. Okay.
There is, I think,
Okay.
Meitner will be common.
Then
But the
but
maths
then.
are common in a VBAP, not in VBAK also, no?
So
So
what
that's
is the
why.
issue? What is the issue?
So, sir,
You
basically,
can put a if not initial on VBAP, and then you can get it using for all entries.
okay.
Okay.
I will try
That is the
that.
logic building now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So with HANA coming into the picture, we can get data from up to 20 tables together by using joins. Okay. Now what join says, there are two types of joins. Two types of joins given by SAP system. First one is your inner join, and second one is your outer join. Inner and outer. Inner join and outer join. Inner join will fetch only the common records. Inner join will return only the common records, and between the tables based on the column or based on the common column. Then outer join will return the common data as well as non-common data also, which is not there in the table. For example, uh, let's say in my item I have got 10 records. Let's say I have 10 data in the header table, and only for the first 5 I have the data in the item table. So the first 5 data is not there in the header, in the item. So in that situation, this outer join will be very beneficial for us. It will return us actually all the records. So this outer join, this is also of two types in SAP system. One is your left outer join, and the second one is right outer join. Left outer join and right outer join. So this returns the common data from both tables and all the data from the left table. Common data from both tables and all the data from the left table. This returns common data from both tables and all the data from right table only, not from left. This is how joins are implemented. Now the question here is, which one we should use, either for all entries or joins. So just understand it. When you are using joins, you will be hitting multiple tables together. Multiple tables together. You will be hitting multiple tables together. Then in that situation, traditional databases like Oracle, MySQL, etc. MySQL, etc. will not give a good performance because they are not that effective. Situation. They will not give a good performance. As they are not that effective, we will see why they are not that effective in the HANA database part in detail. But in case of But in case if you are using HANA-DB, then you can go for joins easily. HANA is a very powerful database. Why it is so powerful, we will discuss in detail part in the upcoming sessions. So I will use the same approach here, same requirement for the using joins now. Let's go and find it out. SE38 G joins in ABAP. Joins ABAP programming. Executable, find the package, transport request. Now with joins, we can hit multiple tables together. So I don't need to declare all this structure. What I can do, I will directly declare my final one. Final structure. Then final internal table and work area also. Same thing, final internal table and work area also. Okay. This is what I can do. Then I will get the data from the user by using select option. Second step, get the data from the user by using select option, and I will write my query. Now just see this. So two ways are there to write the joins. One way is by using table name, another way is by using alias name. So first I will go for table name here, table name. Then I will show the alias name. Alias is basically we are giving a usual name for the table. So you can give aliases. So select my Mara table. Here we use tilde operator, this operator. Please focus on that part. Tilde operator is used here, which is just below your ESC keyword. You can check your laptop, just below ESC you will find out this keyword. You can use shift and this one will get this. So Mara Matner, Mara MBRSH, Mara MTART, Mara Matcal, and Mara MEINS. Then we will get data from MAKT. So MAKT, SPRAS, and MAKT material description, MAKTX. We are getting all these fields. Order should be correct, otherwise we can get the runtime error. So Matner, then it is MTART. Okay, MTART will be there. MTART will be there. MBRSH, Matcal, mains, language key, and then material description. So MAKT material description. So select these columns from Mara table, inner join MAKT. We are joining these two tables together. Now for the joining, there will be a joining condition. So on Mara Matner is equal to MAKT Matner. This is the common column between them. Mara Matner is equal to MAKT Matner, right? Into table LT final, where Mara Matner in the select option. So S Matner. Single query, guys. Single query. Check your previous code. How many lines of code you have written? From 43 to this one, 78, to get the data into the LT final. This is the same thing. This is the same thing. It will return you the 18 records. You can check it. Breakpoint. Activate and check it. I will pass the same input here. Desktop 3 will be there and here LT final. See, we are getting all these 18 records, all those common data. Same approach, no difference. And what you can do, finally you can display it by using this loop at final. Displaying the data. Okay. Activate it and check. We are getting this result and we are displaying it. Now pass the input and display. Is it the same result? Yes or no? Is it the same thing that we are doing for all entries? Joins, guys. Now instead of this table name, you can use a alias name. You can give here a alias. So I will give here, use here aliases. I will comment out this code. Here I will use a alias. So I will give this material number as, let's say, as A and MAKT as B. Any alias name you can give your name also. So now instead of the table name, we can use the alias name. A, 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 E, E, from Mara SB on A Matner is equal to B Matner, and in the where condition here also A Matner. Same thing. You can go for any of the approach, up to you only. See, no error. It will return the same result again. Okay, right? It is returning the same result again. It is returning the same result again. You can add any number of tables here. For example, I want to use let's say one more table, which Matner, let's say VBAP is there in the Matner. Let me check. Veblen, Posner, Matner. Yes, three columns. I will use them. I will take it to final one. Let's try this part also. Copy, and I will paste it here directly. Type 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 printer. Now I will get data from my VBAP table also, this 3-1. So here I will have another inner join. After that I will have an inner join here, inner join. Now VBAP as C. So on this B Matner is equal to C Matner. Let's find it out. In the C there is a material number, VBAP there is a material number. I am just using them, and I will use the columns here. So C VBELN and C item number and C material number. And I'm finding it out the same thing. So let's check whether is there any error or not. Okay, Matner has been used already, so we cannot use it again. So I will remove that part. I don't need this Matner. Let's remove it. No syntax error. Activate it. I will display this ls final Veblen and ls final Posner item number. Check the data. any number of tables up to 20 joins. Oh, it's not returning any result. Why it is not returning any result? So let's check. I'll put a debugger, execute, pass the same input, same input, and check why it is not returning any result for us. Desktop 3. I will press here F6. Size of RC is 4. The query is not correct. We are not getting any result here. So for that, I will check my VBAP table. We will have to check whether this material number is there in the VBAP table or not. So SE11 VBAP table, content, execute it. Okay, so we have only this much of data. All right, so what I will do, what should I do? Okay, let's try this one. This material number, this material number, execute it, and F6. This time the size of RC is 0. That data was not there in the table, that's why we are not getting the result. But now we have the result. You can check it. You can check this MKTX here. Posner is also there. Veblen you are also getting, and you will get the result. Right? In my system, there is very less amount of data in the VBAK. That's why this problem caused. But otherwise, our query is completely correct. Similarly, if you are going for any other inner join, you can go for here. Now just understand the situation, guys. If I have to use the same thing with this for all entries, I would have written one more definition here. I would have written one more select query here. I would have written one more read statement here. Then I will get the data into the final one. Lots of waste of time. Joins, very easy. Concept must be clear in your mind. If your concepts are clear, you can get the correct result always. Any question on this?
If sir, you have a same data as you have mentioned another table like VBAP, so that the same data will be in the MA MATNAR and MAKT, so that complete data will be out showing.
But
My question is कि आपका जो टेबल आपने सर जो लास्ट में टेबल ऐड करा था VBAP और वही सेम डेटा आपका मारा एंड MAKT में भी होता तो कंप्लीट आपका आउटपुट शो
when we
होता.
create the sales order data, we pass a material number. That material number belongs from Mara table. If the data is there in the Mara, it will definitely be in MAKT also. So
Okay.
this is a demo system, right, for learning.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I just want you to understand the flow of the program,
Okay. Okay. Okay.
how the things are happening here. In your development
Oh,
system, you are going to face the same things.
yes, sir.
Is it clear to everyone, this joins concept? Vikas, Omar, Aviram, Rahul?
Amrit, just a small question. Can you
Yes,
think
yes.
of a scenario where we can use these joins? For example, I think of is during table or somewhere where the user will input something and he wants the result from 2, 3 tables.
So that is what we, let's say, just understand the situation. You got a requirement. Now just see this. You want a scenario, okay. Okay, let's have a requirement on this. So my requirement is, just see this. I will go to my EKKO table first. No, activate. 8, sorry, S11. I went to EKKO, purchase order header table. So I want EKKO, right? So I used EKKO. Then I also want EKPO, which is the item table, right? Now in the EKKO, lots of columns are there, you can see. So listener is also there. Listener is the primary key of LFA1 table. LFA1 table. Yeah. Okay. So Lifner, you can use it. In your EKPO, you can also check. Lots of records are there. EKPO. In EKPO, we have got Eblin, EBLP is there. Matner is also there, so we can get data from Mara and MKT. Are you try getting what I am telling here? Right? So this is the developer who builds the logic. Your client will just come there. He will say that I want to see this data in the LV report. I want to see this data in the LV report. This is this is you who will find out how you are going to bring them. So in this situation, for all entries will become very, very complex, 200, 300 lines of code. Right? Now here, let's say VBAP is also there. Now if VBAP is there, you can go for VBAK also, right?
One more small question, Amrit. Is it similar to SQVI and SQ00? Because there is
What
also
is
joins are used.
what is SQ0?
It's a functional query that we can build without the help of the ABAPer.
No, I don't have any idea on that. Sorry.
It's a kind of similar, the inner and the outer joins, and there's an option for table
You
joins
do
also.
write the query there? You do write query
No, no,
there?
there's no developer involved. It's
Okay,
functional
okay.
part.
Okay, okay. So I
It's kind
don't
of
know.
similar. It's kind of similar.
Okay, okay. All right. So that is okay. So this is your very good topic, guys. Joins are very, very important. If your concept of joins. So before going for joins, this is how you can learn that part. This is very, very important for all entries to improve your logic. Joins is easy. You have just written a join condition where it is. Let me check it again. You have just written a join condition and you are able to get the result. That is perfect. But the developer flow you can only learn by following the approach of for all entries. Right? When you will write these logics and you will make mistakes again and again, then and only then you will improve your debugging.
Amrit, I have a question.
Yes, Omar.
I want to know how to, for example, exclude uh, the material from a specific plant here. I want only to display material for all the plants and just one exception. How can I
I didn't
update
get
it?
you correctly. Like what you were saying.
For example,
Yeah.
I don't know if I have a material, all materials
Okay.
from plant number
Okay.
1, 2,
Let me
3.
open the
Okay.
Mara table. Yeah, yeah.
Yes. And I have also material from I don't know ABC and material from I don't know XYZ. Okay, I want to exclude the XYZ from the join.
So you want to exclude the data. But
Yes,
for
I want to
Mara
exclude
table, there is
data.
no works. I will have to check where it is. Works is the plant number, no?
Yes.
Works column is used for plant number, but it is not there here. Where it is, we'll have to check the sales header, maybe AK. Let's find it out first. It's also not here. Item. I think it is there in the
If you
EKP.
check Mercy, or yes.
MVKE maybe.
Yeah, it is there in the EKPU. So you want to get only data for a particular material number where the works is something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that your requirement?
Yes.
Yeah. So now what you can do here, first you will be taking input for works, right? Right? This will become your select option in that situation. Okay.
But I heard something like a user exit or something like that. I want to know the user exit. Is it
User
user?
exits are part of enhancements. Why you are using here? Right
I don't
now
know
we are
because
just learning the basic part, right? User
oh,
exit part, a complete complex part and different part. When we will move on to enhancement part, see now you have asked this question, so I will say give a note for all of you. If a user, let's just please read it. If a client is giving you a requirement, giving you a requirement. It can be, let's say, normal one, and it can be very complex like modifying the standard programs. It can be anything, right? So please never ever say it is possible, it will be done. Instead, we will have to check for its feasibility. We'll have to check for its feasibility. We cannot directly comment on that part. Whatever your requirement was for using user exit, you will have to go and check the user exit inside the sale. User exit is only there for sales order. You will have to check the customer exit. Okay, you will check the feasibility, then and only then you can comment whether it is possible or not. Are you getting me? So we will discuss the enhancement part there. We will take some sample cases there also. There you will be able to understand it, what I have written this. Okay, Omar? For now, what I can say, I can say here is that here we have just learned how to write joins and all those things. So we can write logic based on this works. We can filter out material number, right? From this one, you have got a material number here also. You can filter out the material number, and once you have the material number, you can get data from Mara table or MKT table, right?
Okay.
Clear? Any other question, guys, on this?
No, sir.
Clear, everyone? Because
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Yeah, it is clear.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this was joins. Now the next topic we have is messages. Guys, we are just learning basics of ABAP programming. Nothing complex has come yet. So please try to improve your logical part first. I know you are very curious to get something done, but this is the only way you will do. Your learning can be improved and your knowledge can be improved here. Okay. So what are messages? Messages play a very crucial role. Messages play a very crucial role for the ABAP developers. Okay, what is a message? A message is just a text. Is a text which is used to display a information. To the end user or customer to show the to show if they have done some error or whether they have they have done the correct configuration. Any kind of information if you want to share, you can use the concept of messages. SAP is also by default using messages like lots of places it is using. Simple, you can check the program that you have developed here. You can check this. See, a message is getting displayed in the green color, active object generated. This is known as your message bar here. Status bar, this is known as your status bar. This is what we use to display the messages. So SAP has given us two types of messages which we can use. One is your global message and another is your local message. Global message and local message. What is a global message? A message which is created globally from AC91 transaction code. This is the message creation transaction code, and it can be used anywhere in any program. That is why it is global program. Then the local message, a message which we use locally to display some information the user that part is known as your local message. Okay, so let's create our global and local messages, but before that, again, one thing, for the messages you have got here, these are the two central part, global and local, but types of information are different here. Types of messages, or better I should write this one as visibility of messages. One will be global, visibility of messages, yeah, this one will be more fine. Created globally, second one created locally. And the types of messages, so here SAP has given us 6 types of messages. Your abort message is there. If you want to abort something, you want to display abort message. Then error message is there, error. And information message is there. This is displayed in form of a pop-up. Success message is there, status. Warning message is there. All of them can become local and global based on your definition. They are just type of a message that you are going to display. Final one is your exit message. Exit, to exit something. If you want to exit the code after displaying the message, you can use this type message as exit. Okay, so global and local. Now I will create one message here for the same logic that I have written. Here I am taking input for material number, right? So I will create a message SE91. I will create a global message here. So Z message, message for, let's say, 10 to 12 batch. Create it. 10 to 12, create it. Pass a short description, message or global message, global message. Okay. Now go for this message tab and you can write here any information. So what you can see, this number is starting from 000 and it will end up to 999, right? So inside a single global message class, inside one global message class, we can have total of 1000 messages inside one global class from 000 to 999. We can have this much messages here. So global we are creating. I will go back and I will go back to my first message. I will write here a message. Let's say material number is not correct. Not correct. I will save it. This becomes your global message. This becomes your global message. So now I want to use it in the program. I have written this logic select query. I have written it. I will check if my LT final is initial. If it is empty, I will display error message. Else, I will display a success message here. I will display a success message. So here you will use message keyword to display message. Then what type of message you want to display? What type of message of these 6? I want to display error message. So I will use this E keyword here, error, followed by the message number. This is your message number. Paste it. and in the parenthesis you will use your message class. Copy and paste it. This is your global message. You will call this your global message by this format. Message type followed by the three character your message number, and in the parenthesis you will pass your message class name. And if we talk about local class, so you can write any text here. Message employee, let's say material number is correct, and type I will display success here. This is how a local message is displayed. It can be success, you can make it information, you can make it abort, you can make it anything, right? Success message here. This is a local message. This message can only be used from this program. However, you can use it from any program. So global message is there. Global message is there. Now just go and check it. I'll go for execute. I'll pass here some incorrect input which is not there in the system. I will check, execute. See, material number is not correct. Material number is not correct. But if I will pass the correct one, I will get the correct message here. Execute it. Wait a second. Oh, sorry, that part is not there. This one, execute. See, material number is correct. Success message is getting displayed, and you are also getting the output, right? So global and local messages. Another beauty of this global message is we can also pass up to 4 numeric values, to the global messages. We can pass up to 4 numeric values to the global message. For example, let's say my user want to see what is the input the user has given. My client want to see if they have passed the wrong input here. So he want to see the wrong input also. If they have passed a wrong input, execute. They want to see this in this message also. So you can use this global messages for that part. You can send your input directly. You can send your numeric values. So for that, we use n% inside the global message to receive the numeric values from the program. We use global message n% to receive the numeric values from the program itself. You can just write here n% in your program here. So material number from n% to n% is not correct. So here instead of this n%, it will be displayed your number. It will display your number. I saved it. I will go back to my code, and here I will use with keyword to send my data. So my data is in there in the select option. I will send the low and high value that we have passed as incorrect. So Meitner low and Meitner high. Select option low and select option high. These two values we are sending, it will be received here in this n%. From low to high is not correct. You can check it. Execute. Pass the input and check it. Material number from this to this is not correct. But this is we cannot achieve via local messages. Local message is something we are displaying by ourselves. That's why global messages are mostly used. SAP has created lots and lots of messages every time for the functional one. Whenever you see anything lots of messages you always see there. You click on save, you get always some wrong, error, information kinds of messages every time. If I will change this to information, just see what will happen. Information, activate it, execute. I will pass the wrong input here, execute it. Now this is your information message in form of a pop-up, right? In form of a pop-up. Any question on this use of messages? Normal message that you use in your day-to-day life. This is the same thing, but for our ABAP application, for our SAP applications.
Sir,
Here,
where we have to use exit message, like
you
X.
can try. No. You can try that. What is happening with the exit one? So let's say I'm using X here, right?
Okay.
Now let's check it. What will happen if I'm passing this exit message? Execute. What happened? I
Jump.
got a dump.
Yes.
So
So
this is your
basically,
exit message.
uh,
It will do a dump.
okay. So exit message is converted into dump.
See this?
Okay.
So everything cannot be predicted earlier. Do the testing of it. For the ABAP tier things, mostly what you are going to use will be error, information, and success. Rest, the three of them I have never used in any application.
Sir, what is the meaning of about? Basically,
It
because
will abort your application. Just see this part also. Let's check it.
okay.
I will execute it again. I will pass it. Oh, sorry. Abort.
We
I
can.
need to pass abort also. Uh, X. I will use abort this time. Check it.
Okay.
This is abort message. Now what will happen? It has ended the entire application. We are on get back to SAP easy access. Okay.
So
So it
whenever
will end the session itself.
okay. So
This will
sir, we cannot
abort the
use
session.
abort. We cannot use abort in our
Yeah. It is
program.
better to use either exit or information. Exit, what exit is doing? Exit will also, it will
Autocom.
end, no, it will end the selection screen, and it will take you back to program. You can check that part. Information, what information will do? It will show the message in pop-up. So the message in pop-up, and it will not end the selection screen, right? This abort will, it will end the session itself, the session, after displaying the message. After displaying the
I
messages.
I think sir, information message pop-up message will be a best practice to display something like for the user, or maybe
This
just
is
a
what you
client.
think. What others think can be different also, right? So we cannot
Okay.
predict, right?
Okay.
It is for every other developer. What they
Okay.
prefer,
But
they
they
use that.
okay.
Now
But
just see this. What will happen with the error? What error is doing? Activate it. Execute. I pass this incorrect again. I got the error message, but when I am clicking on this back button, it will take me back to program. It is not showing the selection screen, but it is not the case with the information. Information will give you one more option to pass the correct one. Got the information, cancel it, and see, we are on the same stuff. So every message have their own use case. Based on the requirement or based on your choice, you can use it. Nobody is going to stop you on that. This is your system, right?
okay, sir.
Clear everyone? Omar, Vikas, Aviram, Rajat, uh, Rahul,
Yep.
messages.
Yes, sir.
Clear, right? So guys, step by step, we are moving towards building a good application, right? Every feature is very, very important. Okay, every feature is very, very important. Now, one more task I'm giving you. I want to see how many of you are able to complete it. The task will be, let's say, tomorrow I will see that. Very important. This will be very beneficial for your logic part. I want you remember your employee table. So we have employee table now, right?
Yes, sir.
And I want you to get the data. Get the data from the table using select option. Select option. Then inside the program, modify the data. Let's say modify the columns like employee name, department, manager. That much is okay. Modify the data, modify the columns in the internal table, and finally commit the changes back to the table. That changes must be reflected to the table itself. Let's see who is going to do this. This is clear to you all what I want here? Everyone? Display, get the data, take the input for select option, get the data in the internal table. I want you to modify it directly in the program, loop on it, modify it, save it back to internal table, then save it back to the table itself. Also display the message that if the table is updated or not. So display the message whether table is updated or not. By table. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Clear, Omar? Because can you try this? We are just using the read operation, right? I want you to perform the create and update operation now, not create update operation. Okay, of CRUD I want you to perform the U operation this time. Try this part, guys. It will be very beneficial for every one of you. All right, let's move on to the last topic of today, which is creating the T code for ABAP program. Now, so we have seen we can create T code for our tables also. Now we will see how we can create our T code for the ABAP program. So now we know your report, or better we should call it here report instead of ABAP program. Now we know a report is a executable program, right? A report is a executable program which takes input from the user and perform the CRUD operation and performs the CRUD operation based on that and displays the data to the user. So what is a transaction code to create a transaction code?
SC93.
SC93. No, 91 is for messages, guys. We have just seen this.
SC93, sir.
Yeah, please do not confuse yourself. They are very related, right? So we can create transaction code for report from SC93. So when you will execute the transaction code. Always the ABAP, not ABAP, always that selection screen will be opened for the report will be opened. When you will execute the transaction code, always the selection screen for the report will be opened. Let's find it out. This is my program for joins. I will create a T code for it. I will go to SC93. I will name it joins ABAP T code, create, short description, joins in ABAP programming. Now, which radio button we will use, guys? Which radio button we will use? Second one, program and selection screen, report transaction. This was for tables, last one. This is for program and selection screen. Okay, click on OK. By default, the selection screen number will come here automatically. Automatically it will come. Automatically it will come. Here you can pass your program. Right now, if you want, you can pass the variant also. Let's check. There is no variant on this for this particular program. I will create a variant now, execute it. I will pass here a input and I will click on save button to create a variant, and let's say I will name it input 1. First input. Now save it. Variant input 1 saved. Now let's go back. I will check this start with variant. Oh, why it's not taking? Check now. There are no variants. How is that possible? It is not getting it. Yes.
You can directly paste it, Amrit, there.
No. If it is not getting, then how you can paste it? Okay, let's try that part also. Input 1. What is the name? Yeah, input 1. Okay, let's try it. Save. No system variant chosen for non-local object. Okay, I think we cannot use that part. No problem. Let's save it. So I will use this T code. Let's go back. /n. Enter. Now we can select our variant here. Execute it. Okay, this one we can try it. Right? This variant, any number of variant you can create. Variants are just input. For those who don't have any idea, variants are the predefined input that a developer can create for their ABAP programs, and it will be available for the on the selection screen, which any user or anyone can use it to pass a fixed input or to pass a fixed input. So this part you can create it by yourself also. At lots of places variants are used. Okay, this part we can use directly. Here it will be available like in this format. You can try this. You can create another one here also. Let's create another one. This one, save it. I will name it input 2, and second one, save it, and let's check it. Second one this time, execute. Information message, right? So this is how you can create a T code for your ABAP program. Easily you can create a T code for your ABAP program. So guys, this is all for today, and we have learned lots of things, how we can get data from this dependent tables easily. Meanwhile, I have also published this document that we are writing on a daily basis.